the East Coast, 632 over on the West Coast.
Officer Stephanie Guild is with us, and it does feel like, Stephanie, everybody's kind of sitting on his or her hands waiting for Jerome Powell to speak at Jackson Hole. How pivotal or how important is this speech? Could this speech be?
His speeches are always important, but I feel like so much is already built into expectations of Fed rate cuts, and
we all expect a cut in September, right? Yeah. No matter what inflation numbers.
And the market's 85%. I guess it was a little higher like last week, but yeah, we're all expecting that. And obviously, some things this morning makes it seem like it's even more possible to happen, and for the whole Fed, all the Fed governors, to slowly become dovish. So I don't know how much more he can say. Like I think, given those expectations, there could be a chance that he says we still care about inflation, and the labor market isn't weak enough for us to care so much about that.
It's interesting. You think about that 85% pricing that's in for September. Maybe it was closer to 90% a little bit ago. It was really solidified after we got that labor market print for July, really ugly, and also the revisions caught a lot of people by surprise in a bad way. But you write in your notes that inflation should still matter more.
I think for right now, because I think if you look at I think we got a little spoiled, right? Like I think everybody always, it's about frame of reference. And we had 600,000 jobs added on average coming out of COVID. And then it got cut in half and cut in half and cut in half. And to have not a lot of jobs being added now kind of makes sense. And I think the revisions were a function of the fact that we weren't really funding data collection in the BLS, and probably needed to use more technology and things like that. And we still start with a phone call. So I think, but I am worried about the labor market simply because if it doesn't come out in inflation with higher prices from tariffs, it could just come out with cost cutting. And cost cutting means probably, rethinking the way your labor market works, the way your own employee set works. And the CEO, Conference Board CEO, Confidence Measure, I think it's called, said there's actually, we saw a tick up in less hiring, at least. I think it was like 34%, which is like the highest since 2020.
I wonder how the labor market affects retail trading. You obviously have a great vantage point for that. I mean, if people lose their jobs, do they trade less? Are they sitting at home and trading more? What are you seeing in the data from Robinhood?
Nothing's really changed. I mean, you're definitely seeing continued growth.
Because we still have unemployment at 4%.
Yeah, I mean, right, exactly. Like it's still a relatively full labor market. And you see data from places like JP Morgan, Chase, and Bank of America, where they show you like savings on average, and it's still above the 2019 levels. So the consumers continue to spend. We are seeing an increase in credit, right, and people taking on debt. So that is something to worry about. But we haven't really seen any major issues in terms of our customer base.
Interesting. And we've talked about...
Hello, this is DrPaulCottrell, and we are live streaming on Rumble, YouTube, simulcasting on X Spaces, and live streaming on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. We're doing this live stream on August 20th. I also replay these videos on all my channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. Please subscribe to all those channels. Ask your social media to follow me, and share the links. All the links to the different channels are in the description of this video and all my videos. So it's a great way to help support the work. If you like the content that I do, all this content is for free. Please help support the work by going to my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee on the homepage. You can also be a paid member to my Patreon channel. Again, I don't put stuff behind a paywall. It's the help of ones that are sharing the links, donating, and purchasing the great products that I offer. I have ebooks, supplements, and course material on pulmonology and immunology. So please take a look at my store and get the great products that I offer. Some of the great products that I have are NAD+. NAD+ is a supplement that you should be taking every day to boost up your energy levels and to repair your DNA. As we get older, we accumulate DNA damage in the cellular DNA and also DNA damage in your mitochondrial DNA. NAD Plus will help to repair that DNA damage. In addition, NAD Plus helps to protect neurons. So it's a great neural protector. So pay attention to the neurostacks that I have to help with your brain function. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can purchase. Ubiquinol will soak up free radicals, bring down stress in the cell, help the health of the mitochondria. You'll have more ATP. And ubiquinol will protect neurons. So a good stack for neuroprotection is the ubiquinol with the NAD+. You can also stack this with C60, Clarity Factor, resveratrol. There's many ways to do this. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the ubiquinol and the NAD+. Stack them together. That will help with your neurons. It's really important to start protecting your neurons. You're going to start noticing within 5 years, within your social network, many people getting early onset of dementia. So it behooves you to start eating properly, getting healthy, and taking the proper supplementation that will improve your brain function. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you purchase $100 or more, you do get a free gift until supplies last. Thank you for joining. We're going to cover the markets today. The markets did open up in the United States, but before we do that, let's just listen into Bloomberg.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like all of the stocks in the Mag 7 on the downside this morning, and that's tough. And then we have Target also. We're going to talk about that coming up. Those shares sinking as the company announces a new CEO. We're going to talk about the retailer today, and we're going to talk about the cost of switching out CEOs. It can be incredibly expensive and not necessarily yield amazing gains.
Okay, so the S&P 500 is trading at 6,399. VIX is trading at 15.73. The euro is trading at 1.16. Oil is trading at 62.63. BITO is trading at 20.49. Bitcoin is trading at 113,000. The Japanese yen is trading at 147.35. Natural gas trading at 2.767. All right, so let's go over resistance points and support levels. So for the S&P 500, I still have a target of 6,800 to 7,000 for the S&P 500. Today is a down day. Right now it's trading 15 points down for the S&P 500. Now the resistance point I've been saying is 6,500. The support level, near-term support level, is 6,250. So pay attention to that trading range. So if the S&P 500 starts to sell off and is approaching that 250 support level, that's 6,250, you might want to purchase some more shares of the broad index. BITO is an ETF that longs Bitcoin. Bitcoin's trading at 113 handle. Now, BITO is trading at 20.48. So you have a resistance level at 2149, and you're going to have a support level at 20. Now, I suspect that Bitcoin is going to continue to slide maybe past 110, maybe trade in the 109, 108 range, and then come back up. Oil is trading at 62.57 right now. So there's a trading range between 60 and 65. So right now, it's like right near that middle ground, maybe a little bit below the middle ground. You could short it short term, and as it's going closer to 60, but it could jump up to 65. There seems to be a increase of inventory, especially for natural gas. So I suspect that energy prices will be suppressed for the next couple weeks. So we're back to natural gas here. Natural gas is 2.76. Now, a few weeks ago, it was trading above the $3 range. Now, oil is trading at $27.85. So we're going to have a resistance level of 28, and we're going to have a support level at 27. So the question is, will natural gas continue to fall past the 2.7 mark? Some of the energy experts think that it's near a bottom for natural gas and that it'll start to recover in Q4, the fourth quarter of this year. So watch out for that. So that would mean that the trading range, we have a resistance level for natural gas near term at 2.814 and a support level at 2.5. It's trading at 2.7 right now. If it gets past that 2.8 range, you're going to see a increase in price for oil. TYD is a ETF for the belly of the curve for treasuries, for the 7 to 10 year treasury. The 10-year treasury yield right now is at 4.308. TYD is trading at 25.14. It's tied to the price. So if the price of the belly of the curve goes up, the yields are going down. So if Federal Reserve lowers rates, most likely there's going to be a drop in yields for the treasuries. So you should see TYD go up in price. So right now, TYD is trading at 25.14. So there's a support level at 25.02 and a resistance level at 25.87. So those are my trading ranges, resistance levels, support levels for those different assets. So pay attention. There's definitely some downward pressure on equities today. VIX is still relatively good. It's at the 16 range. It's at 1599, so it's at the 16 range. Anything below 20 is good. Anything above 20, then it's starting to add a little bit of stress in the market. Plus, the Japanese yen is trading at 147. If it starts to go to 145 or 140, then there's more stress in the international market. So I think this is just normal August type trading. So let's listen into Bloomberg.
And on the first quarter call, that they are losing share in more than half of the categories, the 35 categories that they track. That's a similar comment they made in the first quarter. They said it again today. And I think it just highlights some of the challenges that they're facing.
What's the biggest problem at Target? Is it just not as prevalent, as ubiquitous as Walmart? Do they have a rep for maybe a slightly higher price point? Have they not kept up the look of their stores? What would you put it down to if there was one thing?
Well, it's hard to pinpoint one thing, but I think it's certainly they are losing market share to Walmart. Walmart is winning, and that's been a theme of ours for several years now, and we can't dismiss that, because when you have a retailer as large as Walmart increasing their sales as much as they are, those dollars have to come from somewhere. So I would say if I had to pinpoint, it would be that Walmart is winning, that they're a force in retail, and Target has been on the losing end of that.
We should also talk a little bit about TJX reporting this morning, and you can see that these results are being welcomed in a big way in the stock market. Shares currently up about 5%. When it comes to this specific quarter, if you weren't following this company closely, you could say, okay, maybe they're benefiting from a trade down right now in this current environment. But Paul, this is a story that has been working for a long time, at least when you take a look at how the shares have performed.
For sure, I think, when we look at the off-price sector in general, TJX, Ross Stores, Burlington, that sector has been taking share within retail for several decades. And I think the current environment is very ideal for them. They have mind share for value. Customer clearly is voting by showing up at their stores. Traffic has been very strong at the off-price group, especially TJX, for some time. We think they're a winner in the retail landscape. And this tariff environment is very disruptive to the world of retail. It's difficult for retailers to plan their business. You're going to see a lot of cancellations. You're going to see a lot of retailers make mistakes. And the off-price sector is very good at taking advantage of those mistakes and continuing to drive traffic. And again, mind share for value is what they represent. And we think that's really working in the current environment.
I want to ask about Abercrombie and Fitch. I thought they were in the middle of a turnaround. Urban Outfitters, The Gap, these are all stocks that you downgraded today. Do they have a common problem?
Yeah, I guess I would say the common theme is specialty retailers generally on the apparel side. I think we'll have a difficult time passing through price to the consumer. Abercrombie has certainly, I think, executed one of the greatest turnarounds in retail history. This year's been a little bit tougher for them. But I think if you look at the common threads, everyone's going to be facing slightly higher tariffs than when a lot of these companies last gave guidance. We don't think there's a lot of pricing power within apparel, and we think it's going to be a difficult setup, not just for the back half, but even as we think about 2026, some of these tariff impacts are going to carry over into the first half of 26, just based on lead times and the timing of when tariffs are going into effect. And we think it's going to be a challenging next couple of quarters for specialty apparel.
All right, Paul, great to get some insight on these earnings from you. That is Paul Lejuez of Citi Research. And Matt, you mentioned Abercrombie and Fitch. Shares down 38% this year, but you think back to the past 2 years they had higher by 285% in 2023, another 69% higher in 2024. It feels like they did the turnaround and now we're coming back.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm looking at the shares right now. Over the last 5 years, Abercrombie and Fitch is up 817%.
It looks like a meme stock.
Yeah, it absolutely confused me when I pulled it up. I put it against TJ Maxx, which is up 193%. Ross Stores up 80%. Today. Burlington up 48%. But A&F, obviously, it's a very different store than those three. Up 817%, outperforming Urban Outfitters, which is up almost 300. So it's quadrupled, but
yeah,
Abercrombie just stomps it. Really interesting stuff.
The better comp would probably be American Eagle, but we know that American Eagle, the stock has been moving on a lot of different factors. Right?
I didn't even know it still existed.
American Eagle?
That was like when I was a kid.
I bought
when people were listening
two pairs of jean shorts there 2 weekends ago.
Shorts, huh?
Yeah, they're back.
I didn't know that was a thing either. Well,
anyway,
interesting.
We should probably talk about
maybe
AI.
I'll get some.
Yeah, maybe. Let's talk about AI next, because AI deals powering a turnaround.
I personally think that the only jeans you wear are Levi's jeans. But that's just me. Right? I just guess old-fashioned, maybe. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the foundational part of the protocol. The foundational part of the protocol is the complete multivitamin and the probiotics. So complete multivitamin is easy to digest, and it has the multivitamins that you need for proper enzymatic activity. A lot of people don't know that multivitamins and minerals are cofactors for enzymes. So if you have the right cofactors, you have better cellular processing. That means your tissues perform better and your organ systems perform better. This multivitamin, again, is easy to digest and it's everything that you need to build a very comprehensive health protocol. So go to my store and get the complete multivitamin. Now, it also behind it, there it is, probiotic. So the foundational piece, foundation of the protocol is the complete multivitamin and the probiotic. Now, probiotics are very important. I have two types of probiotics. One's a powdered form that I have in stock. The other is a VeggieCap version. Now, with the probiotics, that's going to help with the health of your gut. It improves your gut biome. And by improving your gut biome, you get multiple things that positively affect your body. Your skin will improve. You'll also notice that your hair improves. You'll have better mental acuity. You'll get rid of brain fog. You'll sleep better because with a good gut biome, you're actually creating an environment for you to sleep better. It helps with processing melatonin. And with a good gut biome, you're going to be able to absorb your nutrients. Your metabolism is going to be better. The mucosal lining in your gut will be thicker. You'll reduce leaky gut syndrome. And your concentrations of IgA are going to increase, so your immune system is going to be better. So it's really important to improve the health of your gut. You also need to approach this in a holistic way. That's proper diet. Make sure you stay away from processed foods. Stay away from sugary foods. You want to drink filtered water, exercise, do the resistance training, balancing exercises, cardio, stretching. Those are all very important. Learning new things to activate your brain, get plenty of sleep. These are all very important that have positive feedback loops when you look at this from a holistic perspective. So it's not just taking the supplements, it's also looking at it in a holistic manner. And so when you're improving your food consumption, your calorie intake is controlled. You're taking the proper supplementation. You're having better sleep and better mindfulness, either through spirituality or through meditation. When you do these things, your body actually heals. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the probiotics, and get the complete multivitamin. That's the foundation, and then you build off of that. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you will get a free gift till supplies last.
We don't want this business model where you're selling computing power over the internet. And Oracle is kind of this wayward, tech giant of a previous generation, and that's really changed the last couple of years with the AI boom.
So who are his biggest customers? I mean, where's the money coming from feeding into Oracle and helping the shares rise and Larry Ellison's bank account as well?
So yeah, Oracle, it's going to be that OpenAI is on track to be the largest customer by far, right? It's going to be that, cloud infrastructure will be the largest portion of the business. And that's because earlier this year, we saw at the White House, they had the, Larry Ellison was standing there.
Meeting.
Yeah, the Stargate meeting. And so the question now for Oracle is, can they fulfill on all this? We have some details on how they are making some very drastic steps to try to build out big data centers quicker than have ever been done before. And so the jury is somewhat still out on whether they can fully capitalize on the demand.
It's a great story, and I recommend everyone read it on the terminal. Brody Ford from Bloomberg wrote that piece on Oracle and the change of heart that Larry Ellison has had, which helped him become the second richest man in the world. Coming up in the next hour, strategist Matt Maley joins us from Miller Tabak. Morgan Stanley economist Sarah Wolf, plus the CEO of Udemy on AI impacting the next generation of workers, finding it maybe tough to get a job out of college. Then Michael Baker joins us from D.A. Davidson. It's a full show. We're going to talk about Ford's potentially $300,000 off-road supercar as well.
All right, let's listen in on CNBC here.
Is now for all teams. Even teams finalizing go-to-market plans for products that are anything but finalized.
Steve Weisman kicking off our 3-day coverage of the Jackson Hole Economic Symposium with a very special edition of the CNBC Fed Survey. And boy, you got a beautiful shot there this morning, Steve.
Yeah, we just had some live elk out there. You see that? The Fed meets in Jackson Hole this year, Andrew. unprecedented presidential pressure for a rate cut, unsettled questions about the next Fed chair, and tariff inflation. The CNBC Fed Survey Special Jackson Hole Edition found respondents believe the president is most likely to pick NEC Director Kevin Hassett to replace Fed Chair Powell, but they think he should pick former Fed Governor Kevin Warsh. Some tight results there. About 70% of respondents think Powell's speech will be neither hawkish nor dovish, but neutral. 29 respondents still see 2 rate cuts coming, even while 63% believe substantial price increases remain on the way from tariffs. Okay, on who the president will pick among the 11 named candidates, Hassett leads, followed by Fed Governor Chris Waller, Warsh, and former St. Louis Fed President James Bullard. Mickey Bowman in the 5th spot right there. But respondents think the president should pick Warsh, followed very closely by Waller and Bullard. Hassett drops to 4th on the we should pick. 41% of respondents said the next Fed chair, I know you're talking about this with David Zervos, the next Fed chair will conduct policy independently of the president. 37% say will be in coordination. 22%, maybe the most honest, are unsure. Meanwhile, 69% say Powell's speech will be neutral, with 14% saying it will be dovish and 14% even venturing it may not be about policy or the economy at all. I think that would be a disappointment to markets. Still, respondents see the Fed funds rate declining by 50 basis points this year, 25 in September and 25 in December, and 50 next year. This is despite calls for inflation in the survey to remain around 3% this year and next year as well. So the big question is, can Powell, how does Powell, if he does, make a case for a rate cut when the inflation rate is running a percentage point over target, and most importantly, forecast to remain there for most of this year and 2026. You want to be tuning in because coming up tomorrow, we have Kansas City Fed President Jeff Smith, and on Friday, Cleveland Fed President Ben Hammack, along with coverage of Fed Chair Powell's speech. Guys?
Hey, Steve, I'll give you unprecedented public pressure to lower rates by President Trump. I don't know if you know what went on behind the scenes. And I'm just looking at one that I didn't realize it was this crazy, but LBJ summoned Fed Chair William McChesney Martin to his Texas ranch and physically shoved him around the room.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Well, I know. Okay, so then it's not unprecedented. It's not as unprecedented as that. But publicly, there's no doubt, probably the most unprecedented. I just wanted you to add a word to unprecedented pressure because we don't know what goes on behind the scenes.
Hang on, Joe. Let me edit my script. Hold on a second.
Your script for squawk on the street. That's good.
Right. Or I could say unprecedented pressure in the last 20 or 30 years, right? Because
I don't know. We don't know what GW did. We don't know what, or not GW, but HW did. He blamed Greenspan for losing the election.
Joe, it's interesting. You make an important point, and I think I do too, which is in the last 20 or 30 years, we have not had this kind of pressure. I'm not making an objective or subjective point. Is it right? Is it wrong? But certainly, and you're right publicly, and I'm pretty sure behind the scenes, we have not seen this kind of pressure on a Fed chair. And also, by the way, this kind of public, campaigning for the job among Malpass is in the Journal today. We had Zervos on. Do you remember the days, Joe, when somebody was nominated for something and you'd call them up to see if they would talk to you and say, no, I can't talk to you until after the process is over? Again, this may be cool. I mean, I like the idea that Zervos came on and gave us 20 minutes of his thoughts this morning. I mean, I really think that we ought to call up the Treasury and tell Besson, don't bother interviewing them. We'll have them on Squawk Box every morning.
Way to do it.
The next 11 days, Ann better get busy.
Yeah.
It's the Squawk Box interview you have to pass, not the Besson interview.
Either Trump presidency, how many times could you use the word unprecedented about how many different things? That's what I mean.
A lot. And I'm not saying you make a wrong point.
Is anything precedented? No, probably. So
another point that's probably worth bringing up, and when we say unprecedented public pressure, is
it's crazy.
What all this?
It's unconventional. Yeah.
Unconventional. I think the question also is what all this does to the public reputation of the Federal Reserve. I think now you probably have half of the country hates the Fed. Half of the country thinks that most of their problems that they have economically are the fault of the Fed. not
Right.
cutting interest rates. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
And you're saying it should be much
just-
higher. You're saying it should be much higher?
I don't think that's the case. I mean,
Okay.
it was interesting to hear Zervos, Joe, because
It was.
Zervos made a great case for how well Powell has done. Right? He said they brought down inflation and didn't
Yeah.
cause a recession. He
said
also said that
he-
Powell.
He said like Alarian, that 3, 2, what's the difference for inflation? Well, you know, we're 15 years, 3 is much worse than 2. I mean, I can
I
see.
think the important thing he also said, though, is that this is a consensual building body. You don't get to walk in and be a dictator no matter who you are.
He also said that Powell has kept inflation expectations under control. That's a huge job for the Fed, and they've done that successfully despite unprecedented public pressure from the
But
president.
then the flip side of that is if they really are under control, then you could cut, because that's where the risk is. It's the labor market.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Historically, since the Federal Reserve Act by Congress of, I think it's 1913, presidents have jawboned the Federal Reserve, for sure, either behind the scenes or even publicly. But not just that, it wasn't just the president. The president sometimes uses the Treasury to jawbone the Federal Reserve. So and you can see that happening with Bassett. Bassett is on the news networks and he's, stating of what the actual Fed rate should be, right? So, but this is not unprecedented. It's just that if it's coming out of Trump's administration, it must be bad. It must be unprecedented. It must be, and that's not the case. I mean, look at what FDR and the games that he was playing with gold, all right? Or Nixon. So for sure, presidents have tried to push the Federal Reserve into a certain direction. Now, officially, they can make a decision and they don't, and it's supposed to be autonomous and not the whims of the Treasury Department, Congress, or the president. That's true in a theoretical sense, but there's always some pressure, either in public or behind the scenes, to do certain moves. Now, the question is, the ones that are jawboning, how much status, how much real pressure or leverage do they have relative to the powers that be in the banking industry? And sometimes the powers that be in the banking industry have more leverage than the actual politicians. But at other times, the politicians have more leverage than the bankers. So it's not static. And I think that's a key point. And a lot of people out there that are conspiracy theorists, they think that the bankers are always have the leverage. It's not necessarily true. That's definitely not true when they have overextended themselves in an exuberant manner. So it waxes and wanes. Who has the power? And what's going on in the economy and what's going on politically and geopolitically. And the movement of gold. When we had gold reserves that could be redeemed, that played another factor in with presidents and treasuries putting pressure on the Federal Reserve. So it's not unprecedented. Okay, let's talk about a great product that I have, Zeolite. Zeolite will help to detoxify your body. Detoxifying your body is super important. It'll help to get rid of heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals. You take 3 small drops underneath your tongue and drink filtered water. Do that every day. Now, if you want a heavier detox, take 10 small drops underneath your tongue and drink filtered water. Now, what that will do is the zeolite will bind to the heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals and allow you to urinate them out within about 6 to 8 hours. So it's a great way to get your immune system boosted. It's a great way to improve your endocrine system and to get into homeostasis. A lot of people have toxins that have built up over the years, so it's important to flush them out. In addition, clean your environment, clean your home. Look at your closets and your garage or your basement and get rid of chemicals that you don't need in the house. But if there are chemicals, cleaning agents, paints that you do need, then put them in a double layered container. You know, get something from like Container Store where you put your paints in a smaller container and then put that container in another container. And that way you're preventing the degassing of these chemicals. You don't realize that just because you don't smell it doesn't mean you're not inhaling smaller concentrations of it every day and then it accumulates in your body. So it's really important to clean your environment. Drink filtered water and stay away from processed foods. And take zeolite every day. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It's a very high quality product. Take it every day to detoxify your body. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. It's all caps discount, the number 5. Another great product that I have that's important for your cardiovascular health is omega-3. Omega-3 will bring down systemic inflammation. That's important at the vascular level because you're reducing plaque, because plaque builds up based on a certain cascade. First, you need inflammation at the vascular level. It does damage to the intima. Then you have to have LDL floating around and free radicals. Those free radicals oxidize the LDL, and then that oxidized LDL gets into the media, the middle part of your blood vessel. And then macrophages come in to try to eat up that LDL, oxidized LDL. And when they do consume the oxidized LDL, those macrophages turn into foam cells and then harden as a plaque. Well, if you reduce inflammation, you're stopping the first part of the cascade. If you're bringing down LDL, you're reducing the chances of oxidized LDL, so you're reducing the chances of plaque formation. So this is how omega-3 works. So it's really important to take omega-3, bring down that systemic inflammation, and omega-3 helps to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. In addition, omega-3 prevents the red blood cells from sticking too much. So that prevents overclotting. That's important because when you have blockage, either calcium blockage or plaque blockage through the oxidized LDL, there's turbulence around that blockage, especially at the carotid. And so when it creates this turbulent effect in the blood, it can clot. It'll overclot. So you need fibrinolytics and other anti-clotting agents to prevent and stop that overclotting. So it's super important to take omega-3. Now, omega-3 stacks really well with nattokinase. So again, omega-3 brings down inflammation, helps you to control your lipid profile, helps to bring down LDL levels, increase your HDL levels. And it helps to prevent the red blood cells from sticking too much so it doesn't overclot. Super important for your cardiovascular health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the omega-3. So a great stack for your health is to take the zeolite to detoxify your body on a regular basis, and to take the omega-3 to help with your cardiovascular health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
Pop Mart, they're really known for their Labubu dolls, right?
Say that fast 5 times.
Yes.
Labubu.
What's Labubu for? What does that cost, one of those dolls?
What are they like?
It depends on whether you get the limited edition ones, John. The thing is, they're hard to find, and that's the joy of it. But like celebrities like Kim Kardashian, Brad Pitt, very much into this. And so the big news from today is that they're planning to announce a new mini Labubu. And yeah,
It's still our hearts.
this little doll has been their cash cow for the first half of 2025. It led to a 204% increase in year-on-year revenue. And the CEO
Total garbage. This is the same thing with the Cabbage Patch Kids back in, I don't know, the 80s. Unbelievable. All right, let's forget about that. Let's listen in on. Let's listen on about Target here from CNBC.
Surflake's patented wave-generating technology creates perfect ocean-like waves in a safe, controlled water park environment, backed by world champion surf.
Our top corporate story today, Target, the retailer rolling out CEO succession plans along with its quarterly results. Right now, that stock is down by about 10%. Courtney Reagan's here, and she's got more on this story. Court, good morning.
Good morning. It's good to see you all. So Target CEO succession getting more attention than its results this morning. After more than 11 years as CEO, Brian Cornell will transition to executive chairman at the end of the fiscal year, so February 1st. Current COO, former CFO, and 20-year Target veteran Michael Fidelki will take the top job in February. Fidelki told reporters, I'm, quote, stepping in with urgency to rebuild momentum and return to profitable growth. He's got three priorities. He says, first, we have to lead with merchandise beyond the occasional design partnership. Two, we have to create a consistent experience for shoppers. And then third, use technology better to improve speed and efficiency. He focused a lot of his discussion with reporters around urgency and moving faster. Now, Fidelki has work to do, to be sure, to get back to growth. Target has had a rough several years post-pandemic highs. Comparable sales have been inconsistent in-store and online. Operating margin is a little over 5%. That's well below the 8.4% peak in 2022. Shares down 22% this year. Now, under Cornell, the retailer has had inventory missteps. It took and then changed positions on a number of political and cultural issues that generated boycotts on both sides and hits to traffic and sales. But Cornell has overseen $34 billion in revenue growth since 2014. The growth of its private brand portfolio. It acquired Shipt. It transformed the shipping and distribution network to speed up shipping and many same-day options. Cornell leaned into stores. He really invested in these tired locations. He built out a network of small formats. And this was when competitors were closing doors. It met with a lot of skepticism at the time. It turned out actually to be somewhat helpful. Now, shares have grown 81% under Cornell's tenure, but that's compared to 96% growth in the XRT retail ETF in the same time. 150% gain for shares of Best Buy, 309% for Walmart, almost 400% growth in shares of TJX, which likely has also taken some share too. Kohl's, Macy's, Gap, they've all fallen. Macy's down 78%, Kohl's 76%, and 51% downshift in shares of the Gap in that time. Now, Target also did put up a slight beat on earnings and revenues, comparable sales too.
Think about that for a second. So many different major retailers' stocks are down. So there's a little bit of a series of data points that are suggesting that the economy is starting to have some problems. All right. Now, I think the big bellwether will be what happens with holiday sales for the end of the year. Now, my take on this is that I'm watching like Macy's, Bloomingdale's, Nordstrom, other major retailers. They're all discounting. So there's a problem with the consumer. But you look at like macro data with unemployment rate at 4.2%, that's very low. Inflation is at annualized for this year is at 3.1. So what is going on? Is it that the consumer is really having problems? Or is it that they're not spending and they're investing, right? What's really going on here? Is it that they're worried about losing their job because of artificial intelligence? People are saying that individuals that are in the workforce, they're not there's this term called job hopping, where you're going from one job to another, right? You stay for a couple of years and then you hop to another job. There's a new term called job hugging, where they're afraid to change jobs. Why? So something is happening with the job market, even though unemployment rate is low. And you're seeing consumer buying behavior changing in the last few months. Now, it could be just coincidence, or is it related to tariffs? Is there some anxiety because of AI? I think it's a combination of these. I think a big part of it is not so much tariffs. I think it's AI. And can you imagine when the next recession hits? It's going to be structural unemployment, not cyclical, because of artificial intelligence. And maybe people are sensing that.
3 were below last year's level. Traffic and sales, they did accelerate from the prior quarter, but traffic and transactions are below last year. And when asked about prices, executives at Target told
traffic and transactions, so people are looking for a deal and not getting it.
That only raising prices, or if they have to do that, that's the last resort. Inventory up about 2%, and Target is maintaining its full year guidance for low single-digit declines in sales and reaffirming this very wide earnings forecast of $7 to $9 adjusted. Digital sales did grow 4.3% in the quarter. Those also have been up and down over the last several quarters.
We spoke with an analyst, Stacey Woodlitz, earlier this morning. Spoke with Manny Chirico, who used to run a retail company, PVH. They said that the disappointment they think is from Target not turning to an outsider.
Yeah, I can understand that, and that was a lot of the questions that have been asked, I think, by those of us that follow the company closely as well. And interestingly enough, Brian Cornell is actually the first outsider CEO Target's ever had.
Right.
He replaced Greg Steinhoffel after the data breach, if you all remember that.
2013.
Yeah, exactly. So that happened, and then they brought in Cornell as an outsider. And, for many years, as he sort of just went through, he did a lot of things that really did seem to help Target.
Getting out of Canada was a big deal.
That was a big deal. Yeah, exactly. Starting it, but then pulling out of it actually fairly quickly.
12 years since the data breach.
Yeah, remember how big that was? And then there were so many other ones, but that was really the first big high-profile data breach.
It's fine for you guys. 12 years goes like
it goes fast.
It does. It goes fast. So I
had to fly out to Minneapolis when that happened. I remember it was like right around the holidays.
It was a big deal. And then obviously so many others have happened since then, but that was a really, really big deal at the time. And then they brought in Cornell, who was an outsider. And then on the flip side, you have Fidelity, who has been there his whole career, started as an intern, Big Ten guy, went to Iowa for undergrad, and then Western grad, held a lot of positions, HR, CFO, COO. And Target's had this role, John Mulligan, before Fidelity, who was CFO, but also COO, and then he was interim CEO. So Target sort of has a recent history too of moving folks around, having them try out all sorts of business silos. So look, I think it remains to be seen if this is going to work or not. I understand the disappointment because of recent years. 2022 is really sort of the peak when you're talking about share price, operating margin. I think the all-time high was something like $266, and now we're at $105. Before today's action.
It was interesting to see some of those other stocks. We compared it to Walmart and the S&P 500. It's well below over that period of time. You forget how some of these retailers have really stumbled down 80% over some.
Yeah.
Ken Rangone is a mentor of Brian Cornell's, and he's spent some time with him too. But if you put money in this when he started and you left it there that whole time, you have not performed as well as you would have if you put it in.
You would think it's good news, bad news. It's like, oh, we're getting someone who knows Target inside out. He's been at every part of the effort. Yeah, we're getting someone who's been there with Target inside out for,
Right.
you know, he both
Right.
knows the company, that means
Right.
he knows.
And he was asked, you know, they were asked
But
about
he's
this.
partly responsible for what happened with the company.
And he was asked about this, and he says he comes at it with fresh eyes, and he talked a lot about speed and urgency. I hear what you're saying. I'm just telling you what the response was
looking at the market.
when we were asked when we were asking that exact question.
Yeah, look at the market.
You know, the same thing with the same thing.
Yeah.
AT&T.
Yeah.
He's done a very good job.
Yeah, no
of
kidding.
turning it around.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah, he was, so no one.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the heirloom barley. Heirloom barley will help to detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase. Now that's really important because by bringing down inflammation, you're helping with your immune system. By bringing down inflammation, you're helping with recovering from a workout, helping with your joint health, helping with your brain health. By bringing down inflammation at the cerebral level, you are maintaining the myelin sheath of your neurons. Super important. By bringing down inflammation at the vascular level, you're helping your cardiovascular health. So taking heirloom barley every day is super important, all right? Now, you can take one big scooper a day, mix it with soft foods. That's how I do it. You can mix it with just filtered water, milk, or a smoothie. But taking it every day is important. I have two types. I have the heirloom barley or the gladiator barley. I'll be talking about the gladiator barley later, but take either or, right? If you want to take the gladiator barley, don't take the heirloom barley. If you take the heirloom barley, don't take the gladiator barley. There's no reason for that. Now, the big difference between the two is that the gladiator barley is getting all the benefits of the heirloom barley, but you also have strength benefits to gain muscle. It's a high density protein, very high quality, and this is a great way to detoxify your body. You can stack this with the zeolite to improve your detox, but take it every day. Super important. Detoxifying your body and bringing down inflammation is a major important feature in getting your body healthy and slowing down the aging process. So this is something that you should be doing every day. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I also have great structural nanosilver soaps. You can get them in lavender, in peppermint, and also in charcoal tea tree and lemongrass. So get a few bars for your household. Help support the work that I do. All these videos are for free. Pay attention to how to improve your health and wellness by getting the great products that I have on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. If you use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. And if you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
California, and against New York's Attorney General Letitia James. It seems to be part of a systematic approach to dig up allegations of impropriety against what you might say are political enemies. In this case, it's a Fed governor who has stood with the Fed chair in resisting the president's calls for lower interest rates at the central bank. So taken into context, it's quite a remarkable development and is a major escalation of the White House's criticism of an attack on the Federal Reserve.
And Chris, certainly a resignation by Cook would create another opening, right, on the Fed board for President Trump to continue to shape this Federal Reserve. You mentioned this is a tactic they've used before with other high-profile Democrats. Do you think it's going to work this time?
Well, it all comes entirely down to whether they can back up the allegations with the evidence. We have yet to hear from Governor Cook on this or from the Federal Reserve. They have so far declined to comment. We really have to just wait that out, see which side can either stand up the allegations or knock them down. But you're right. if this does end up resulting in a departure from the Fed, Governor Cook, and I'm not saying that's likely at all, but if it were to result in that, it would create an opportunity for President Trump to nominate a new person, presumably someone who would align with his views on monetary policy, just as he's done in filling a vacancy that exists right now. Governor Adriana Kugler unexpectedly resigned early. Now, her term was due in January anyway, so it wasn't that big of a shock, but Trump has since nominated the chair of his Council of Economic Advisors, Stephen Myron, somebody who agrees with his view on interest rates, to fill that post. This would be yet another one. So it's an interesting tactic for creating new openings. I don't know if it's going to work, but that would seem logically to be part of the goal here.
All right, Chris, thanks so much. We appreciate you jumping on here. Chris Condon, Federal Reserve team leader, Bloomberg News. Again, President Trump demands Fed's Cook quit as Pulte seeks mortgage probe. That's the headline. The reporting's on the Bloomberg terminal on Bloomberg.com, so check it out. We'll continue to report on that going forward. We'll get back to the markets here, where we do have a sell-off. The S&P is off 0.8%. The NASDAQ's off 1.5%. Let's talk markets. And we welcome Rebecca Walser, president of Walser Melf, joins us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Rebecca, thanks for coming. I know you're based in Tampa, coming up to the big town. We appreciate that. Burn Steakhouse, they love me down there.
Great.
What are you telling? What's the message you have for your clients these days? They've seen the market sell off 20% over the year, and now it's come roaring back. What's the message you have for your clients?
I think the message is, unlike the kind of the .com revolution that we had, that was, new technology, and you could just basically throw a dart at the thing and pick a winner. This is not that. This fourth industrial revolution is going to be different and rocky, and you probably can't do it passively, and you probably need professional management, because it is not the old scenario.
Critics have said this market has run up too far, too fast. And as Paul mentioned during yesterday's show, it's really been concentrated in just a handful of heavy hitters.
Yeah.
Do you see that changing? Will there be new leadership?
We definitely need to broaden out, beyond obviously Mag 7, beyond Palantir and those types of things. But this is a technology revolution, but it will touch everything. So every sector has got to figure out how it's going to impact
It's very similar to what transpired during the .com days, the early days, 99, 2000, right? 98. Everyone was thinking that a .com business was going to be the big thing, right? And you couldn't get investors unless your name had a .com in it, right? Pets.com and all this stuff. And that led to actually Steve Jobs renaming some of the products to iMac, because it was E. Everything was turning into an E business, an E, So it was either a .com, an E business, e-commerce. So the iMac played off of that, the renaming of that, renaming the Macintosh to the iMac. Right. So that's kind of a little bit of a historical antecedent. So you had these people thinking, oh, it's a new business. But the reality of the situation was that the internet wasn't really a new business. It was a new technology that businesses could leverage to improve efficiency, either sharing documents within an organization in an intranet, or reaching to new customers through the internet, right? So these things started to become tools. Larry Ellison was famous for saying, for the ones that were paying attention to Larry Ellison at the time, during this time period, 98, 99, 2000, where you had a lot of companies coming out, and he was saying these companies are not companies, they're applications. And so what happened was bigger businesses either bought them, or bigger businesses just made something similar. So you had these businesses that were really applications, an e-business. Something similar is happening with AI. You have everything's AI now. Investors want to hear AI in your name or in your business model. But the reality of the situation, it's a tool. And eventually more businesses will incorporate AI, use it to improve their processes, either back office, front office, helping with the design, helping with manufacturing, but using it as a tool for efficiency. Now, what could happen is that it will displace workers and the company's more efficient and it doesn't need as many workers. I think in many industries, that's the case. I would not be surprised that a 10% unemployment rate could arise from this when we go into the next recession. But AI is not a business. It's a tool. And that's exactly the same lesson that was learned during the dot-com bubble days. So it's important to remember that antecedent. It's not different. It's not different. It's not different this time. It's going to be faster. Its implementation into the society probably will be faster. But it's not really different in the sense that it's a tool to make businesses more productive. You're going to have some creative destruction where old businesses fail and new businesses are created. You'll have more creation of businesses because the hurdle level has come down because you don't need as many employees to do something similar. So you may have more cottage kind of industry kind of stuff popping up. So the question is in organizations, there's a term called fine grain and coarse grain organizations. Coarse grain organizations are like Walmart, GM, Oracle. Fine grain organizations are much smaller. Now, when we go through this transition of AI being implemented, who does it affect the most? In a negative and a positive way. It could very well be that the coarse grain organizations are affected the most in a positive way in the front of the timeline, where they get more efficiency and they don't need as many workers. But what will happen is that at the end of the timeline for the coarse grain organizations, they may actually have more competition because to do something similar to what they're doing, there's a lower hurdle level. And so competition may start to arise, especially with the workers that are being laid off. They have a certain understanding of their business. And if they leverage AI, they may be able to compete for certain types of customers. So it'll be interesting to see how coarse grain and fine grain organizations throughout the timeline of implementing AI, how they adapt to it. I suspect that coarse grain in the long term may actually be affected the most in a negative way, while fine grain organizations are going to be affected the most in a positive way at the end of the timeline of this. So I think understanding that there's lags and who gets affected in terms of organizations is going to be different based on the size of the organization. So keep that in mind. So with that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this structural nano silver toothpaste. This toothpaste will whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, reduce the inflammation in your gum line, help the health of your gum line, and with good oral hygiene, you're reducing the chances of having problems with vascular issues or valvular issues. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get a few tubes of this toothpaste. It's the best toothpaste that you can get. It's extremely high quality, has no fluoride in it. Please go to my store, use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. So get a few tubes of this toothpaste for your household and help support the work that I do.
When you get in your car, you just need to put your location in the trip planner. It recommends where you need to stop, for how long, park, plug in, and you
Google expected to launch its newest Pixel product lineup just hours from now. For a look at where AI fits into the smartphone picture, let's get over to Steve Kovac. He's in Brooklyn at the site of today's Made by Google event. Steve.
Hey there, David. Yeah, this is going to be the annual Pixel event for Google where they show off their new phone, their new earbuds, and their new smartwatches. But also AI is going to be the real story here. The hardware is kind of, we already know what to expect there. Google has already shown it. Obviously, Google has its Gemini assistant, and we'll be seeing what other extra features they can add on top of that to make this an enticing device. But it's been a really tough road for AI hardware the last couple of years. While we talk about the enormous growth we see in ChatGPT and the like, other devices like AI PCs from Microsoft, Apple's failure to get Apple Intelligence off the ground, we really haven't seen anything revolutionary on the AI hardware front. We've seen some modest successes. I'll point to Meta's Ray-Ban glasses. Those are the ones you put, they have the camera built in and you can talk to it, use the Meta AI assistant on there. Amazon also recently bought a company called B Artificial Intelligence that has this device you wear that you can always listen to. None of those have taken off in a significant way, but there is some momentum around there. And I'll also point to what Apple CEO Tim Cook recently said about AI hardware. He was asked about that on the last earnings call, and he kind of hinted that the phone is still going to be central to a lot of what we do. We hear a lot about what Johnny Ive is working on over at OpenAI and so forth. Cook's belief, though, it's going to be more like these accessories that we've been seeing as opposed to something that replaces the phone. And then when it comes to the phone itself, really making that assistant more personal and things like that. So we'll see what kind of flavor Google can put on that today, guys.
I look forward to hearing more about Google, although you mentioned Apple, Steve. And one thing that did kind of get lost in the shuffle yesterday was some reporting that Apple's prepared to actually accelerate their plans to produce U.S.-bound phones in India. And I guess the question now is whether or not they got the all clear from the administration on that.
It certainly seems like it. I mean, we saw that extraordinary event in the Oval Office, Carl, just a couple weeks ago, and the president kind of brushed off questions about a made in the USA iPhone, and it seems like, yeah, because of giving that trophy to the president and also offering that $600 billion in investment in the United States over the next few years, Tim Cook really just created a détente between himself and the president. And it seems like India is really no longer an issue. So it's all green for them to go in there and accelerate that production to get around the worst of the tariffs.
Steve Kovac on Apple and, of course, Google. More news on that event later on today.
I'm going to teach you a simple.
Welcome back. Family offices have sharply increased their bets on alternative investments. CNBC Wealth Editor Robert Frank is here. They're getting in on the game, what we've been talking about for a while as well, of course.
Certainly getting it. They've been in the game for a while, getting more, and now family offices have in fact become the fastest growing market for alternative and private assets. In fact, the number of family offices with exposure to alternative investments has increased by over 500% since 2016. That's according to new data from Preqin. Now, the growth outpaced wealth management firms, sovereign wealth funds, and
This is scary, especially if it goes into private equity, because it doesn't have liquidity. And a lot of times, because of the problems with marking to market. So if it's private equity, all right, you really don't know what the true value of the company is, because it's not in a liquid market. And when there's a sell-off because of a recession, illiquid assets will go down. The value will go down faster than liquid assets. So if more of these family offices buy into private equity and create in the Wall Street world starts to create these derivative products in private equity, where the average person is buying into an ETF, or an average person is, buying into some sort of financial construct that's tied to private equity, and private equity's underlying is not liquid, then there's going to be a lot of people when there is a drawdown in the market, especially during a recession. Private equity is going to be hurt the most. And like Ackman said, a lot of these endowments from these universities are in private equity. But the real value of the private equity is really not determined. They really don't know what it is because it's not a liquid market. So just imagine your house. Do you really know the value of your house? Oh, Zillow says it. But until you have a buyer, you really don't know what the real value of your home is. And it depends on the particular time you're selling. If you're selling at where interest rates are low and there are buyers out there for your city that you're selling your home in, then it's going to be easier and you're going to be able to sell it at a higher price. But what if it's a recession? What if the interest rates are too high? The value of your home just went down. So it's too volatile. And just imagine, homes are relatively liquid. PE, private equity, that's not liquid at all. So individuals buying into private equity, it's a problem. And not only that, most of these private equity deals, you can't even pull out your money until 5 years. So, well, wait a minute, you're locking in at something, you don't know what the true value is, and you can't even touch the money until 5 years from now. So getting into private equity is a scam. I think it's a scam. I think you can do far better by just going into things that are more liquid, right? Like the S&P 500 or leverage ETFs or, commodities or things that are liquid. But getting into private equity and they say, well, you can earn 100% return. Well, my returns on average a year are anywhere from 48 to 57% year over year. And I'm just doing ETFs. And I've been doing this for a long time. Most private equity can't do that. They're not liquid. Don't fall into this trap. I'm telling you, there's going to be a lot of stupid people out there who are going to be falling into the trap.
Just about every other category. In fact, there are now over 4,000 family offices with alternative investments. That's up from just 651 back in 2016. So within the alt space, that's private equity, private credit, venture capital, hedge funds, real estate, infrastructure, all that stuff. Family offices.
All right, let's. Now, I professionally managed a portfolio for 9 years. So let me just break this down for you. All right, private equity, like I said, not liquid. Private credit. That's even, so you have companies that need credit. So you're offering them money to borrow because they're not borrowing from a bank. Maybe you're buying commercial paper, or they're not really on, commercial paper is more liquid. But let's say it's not a publicly traded company. So they're looking for some sort of loan. That's not typically through a bank, though. All right, so private credit. Now there's that world is, it's almost like the private equity guys want to become like these private banks kind of thing. Venture capital. Well, 1 out of every 10 maybe make it. 9 out of 10 fail. So you really want to invest in a venture capital firm or be a venture capital investment? Most likely you'd fail if you're investing the money as a venture capitalist. Hedge fund. In the purest sense, hedge funds are supposed to be negatively correlated to the market. Well, if it's negatively, by its purest sense of the word, hedge fund, you're supposed to make money when the market goes down and lose money when the market goes up. That's what a hedge fund is supposed to be. But a hedge fund today is an amalgamation where they're trying to get alpha on the up and the down. This is the reason why most hedge funds fail. So hedge funds don't have a great track record. Real estate. Getting into real estate makes sense, but you have to be careful, because are you investing in REITs or are you investing in actual land or property? My take is it's better to invest in actual property, right? So that's not that bad of an idea, real estate. But you can invest through REITs or through actual purchase of property. Infrastructure and collectibles. Collectibles, really? Collectibles? Like paintings and watches? That's kind of like, I don't know. I don't know if that's a good idea for the average person. You got to be ultra wealthy to be doing that. And infrastructure. Infrastructure, I'm not sure what they mean by that. Maybe they mean purchasing munis. I'm not sure what they mean by infrastructure.
Favoring private credit this year. According to BlackRock, 39% of family offices plan to add or make new investments in private credit and private debt this year, with 29% planning to add or make investments in private equity. Private credit is, of course, still a small share of the total family office portfolios at about 5%. And family offices are warning of higher.
Now think about this. Challenges for private market investing. Private market, I mean illiquid markets. That's what they really mean by that. BlackRock survey of family offices. Challenges for this. High fees. So if you're one of these clowns on Wall Street and you want to sell shit to someone that's rich, the best thing to do is like create these PowerPoints saying how great this idea is, and then you charge a high fee for it. So who's really benefiting from this? Is it the wealthy that are actually investing in these products, or the ones that are actually managing the funds? It's a shyster game, trust me. Lack attractive valuations. It's the private market. It's going to be hard to, there's no liquidity. Managing liquidity, again, another issue. Lack of transparency. Exactly. So why would you invest that much money in private equity? Private equity, I'm telling you, it's a shyster game. So more people get into the private equity game, and then what they try to do is you start to package these deals in these kind of private equity backed securities. Doesn't that sound a lot like Lehman? Doesn't that sound a lot like mortgage-backed securities? Now, mortgage-backed securities, you have mortgages, people are paying their mortgage. So what you're doing is you're packaging it into some sort of mortgage debt obligation, and you sell it to the market. Well, they're going to do the same thing in private equity. And that's going to be even less liquid than the mortgage-backed securities. They're setting up for a liquidity event where if this is going to take hold and it's going to grow a little bit, but it'll eventually pop. And when it does pop, there's going to be a lot of people hurting. A lot of people hurting. But this is stupid. Never do this. Never, ever, 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 ever do this.
And lower returns. You've got hundreds of billions of dollars pouring into these new private credit funds. So family offices are telling me that returns have started to fall. And 72% of family offices say high fees are the biggest challenge to investing in private markets. Now, for more on the family office boom and alts, you can read the story by my colleague Haley Cuccinello in the latest Inside Wealth newsletter. You sign up for that at cbc.com/insidewealth. That's cbc.com/insidewealth. New newsletter out tomorrow morning.
I mean, private markets obviously incredibly important, only continue to grow private credit, but also I don't know how many are getting in on things like OpenAI or Anthropic or any of the companies that have captured investors' imaginations, even though they don't trade publicly.
Yeah, you look at a firm like Iconic, which is leading a funding round for some of these AI companies. And basically the only public equities that family offices seem to love right now are AI related, and it's the private ones that they are certainly trying to get in on. It's hard even for family offices when you've got people like SoftBank putting so much money in, but that is certainly one of the areas they're trying to put money. They're also doing a lot of direct investing in private AI companies and AI startups. AI is the #1 investment theme right now for family offices.
I'm surprised.
Robert, thanks.
Thank you, guys.
Robert Frank this morning.
It reminds me of the .com days. It's going to burst. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the cleanse, which is a 30 parts per million, or max 35, which is 35 parts per million. You take it the same way. Take either or. Take a teaspoon a day. And by taking a teaspoon a day, you swish it in your mouth, gargle, about 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and then swallow. You're helping the epithelial lining. You're helping your mucosal barrier. You're helping the health of your oral cavity and your oropharynx. And by doing that, you're boosting up your immune system. Do this every day. If you're not feeling well or people around you are not feeling well, take a tablespoon or 2 a day and then go back to your maintenance dose when everything is normal. But it's important to do it every day. I've been taking either max 14 or max 35 or the cleanse for 5 years, all right? So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Again, cleanse is 30 parts per million, and the max 35 is 35 parts per million. Max 14 is 14 parts per million that I don't have in stock right now. I do have in stock the max 35 and the cleanse. Very high quality products that will help to boost up your immune system. And it's part of my first pillar of the health protocol. What's the health protocol? The foundation is the complete multivitamin, the probiotic. All right, so those are the 2 supplements for the foundation. And the first pillar is taking cleanse or max 35, max 14 to boost up that immune system. The second pillar is C60 to soak up free radicals. The third pillar, taking turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans to boost up the immune system and help with your cardiovascular health. The fourth pillar, Boomer Boost, to boost up your energy levels and rev up your metabolism. That's the health protocol that you build off of. Now you can customize it in such a way where you can only take the 2 first pillars and add stuff, or you can take everything and add stuff to that. It's up to you. I'm just telling you how I do it. And if you follow what I'm doing, you're going to actually slow down the aging process. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the cleanse or the max 35, use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
Your teams can adapt approved content with lock templates and commercially safe AI.
Kachava. Kachava is the world's healthiest all-in-one meal shake. A complete meal in seconds.
President Trump says that he will sort of allow Putin and Zelensky to meet one-on-one together first before, hopefully, he had said earlier today, joining them at a possible future sit-down in hopes of closing a deal in a trilateral discussion. He spoke with Fox and Friends earlier this morning.
So I hope President Putin is going to be good, and if he's not, it's going to be a rough situation. And I hope that President Zelensky will do what he has to do. He has to show some flexibility also.
That pretty much says it all. Let's bring in retired 4-star General Jack Keane, Fox News senior strategic analyst, former Army Vice Chief of Staff and chairman of the Institute for the Study of War. General, great to have you with us today. The president, when he says, I hope Putin is going to be good, if not, it is going to be rough. I think that pretty much, that sort of says where we are right now, right?
Yeah, no doubt about that. Let me just preface my comments by also complimenting what took place yesterday. It was, quite extraordinary. What we really see is the president has established genuine momentum, Martha, and not only the obvious unity that those leaders were displaying, but they're now exhibiting his resolve and his determination and his energy to find peace as soon as possible. That in itself, I'm not seeing before. And in terms of going forward, the security guarantees are a big deal. And I know for a fact that that is the task that has been given to the Pentagon, and so the chairman of Joint Chiefs is personally involved. The Supreme Allied Commander of Europe, who's a U.S. general, is involved in that process. They are meeting with all the chiefs of defense of the countries that are willing to participate and find out what it is they're willing to put into this. And Zelensky's team, defense team, is also participating, and that will also drive what the United States will contribute based on what others are putting into the security guarantees. And the reason these are so critical, because obviously we have a peace agreement, the security guarantees go in place, and they prevent Putin from attacking. And what he has done time and time again in violating ceasefires or violating peace agreements. That has been his method, and we have to take that away from him and provide deterrence. But here's the other thing that's so important, to get all of this done before the next meeting, because if we have real security guarantees that have teeth in them, and Zelensky sees it and accepts the reality of that, oh, we really do have deterrence here. And as a result of that, that gives him plenty of running room to put together some options in terms of a counteroffer that Putin has on the table. You know what his offer is, you've been talking about it. He has to give up the rest of the Donetsk region, even though he doesn't own that territory, and freeze everything else. Well, Zelensky can come up with some other options that may be attractive to Putin and maybe not as detrimental to himself. He's got plenty of options, but with security guarantees, he can move in that direction with more confidence and accept a greater degree of risk. So this is a critical stage we're at here.
Absolutely. I want to squeeze in one quick question from you, if I may, General. Do you think it's a good idea for Putin and Zelensky to meet without anyone else there, just one-on-one? And do you think that will happen? Do you see Putin saying yes to that in Switzerland or in Budapest?
I don't see any problem with it at all, because at some point that has to happen. And if we can get it done now, you know, it'll be a tough meeting. I mean, they're all going to go in there with their very strong positions, obviously, and find out, you know, where the give may be in that process. I think that's why some others would advocate that it would be good if President Trump was in there, because he could kind of, you know, get in the middle of some of that and put some things on the table that maybe both of them could agree to. But at some point, I think it's right to bring President Trump into it. If Putin and Zelensky, both of them want to meet one-on-one, let's get on with it. Because the sooner we start resolving their differences, the better.
And just on the way out here, the NATO military leaders are all meeting in Brussels tomorrow. They'll be discussing the security guarantee package that you have just referred to, General. So we'll continue our coverage and all of our discussions with you. Thank you. It's great to have you with us during these really consequential times. Thank you very much, General.
Yeah, as always, pleasure to be here, Mom.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News.
It started with a totally innocent free trial, and now everything's changed. My life used to be simple, stressful, chaotic.
Welcome back. California Republicans are suing to block Governor Newsom's plan to redraw California's congressional House map. Assemblyman Tree Top, who represents California's 70th Assembly District, writes this on X. California's Constitution requires bills to be in print for 30 days. But that safeguard was ignored by bypassing the provision. Sacramento has effectively shut voters out of engaging in their own legislative process. Here now is Montana Congressman Ryan Zinke. Congressman, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for being here. What's your take on this redistricting? Because there are growing questions surrounding who in California actually drew up these district maps. How do you see things?
Well, I think this is round 3 of the districting wars, which is for America not a good thing. You have Texas, followed down by California. And look, Maria, there are only 40 seats, 40 nationwide that are competitive. And making these seats non-competitive, where they're safe Democrat seats, certainly not good for California. There's some great members out there. But it sends a signal to America that we can't solve our problems unless we gerrymander our districts. So for America, I don't think it's a good thing. But it's round 3 of what I see is a prolonged districting war.
Well, I mean, it's been a long districting war by the Democrats. I mean, they had been redistricting and changing maps now much more aggressively than the Republicans ever have. I spoke with the former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, on Sunday. Here's what he said about Gavin Newsom's moves. Watch.
Gavin is now trying to run for president. So what he's proposing to do is go against the Constitution of California, have the legislature vote to take these lines. They don't even draw these lines. They just introduced them this Friday when no one's paying attention. They let in Washington, D.C., the DCCC send them these lines. And you got to think about what this means to California. Now going against the Constitution, but instead of having 9 competitive seats, it will only have 2. So it's not a 5-seat change. This is a 9-seat change. They take in counties, they go split counties 116 times, cities 145 times. This independent commission took 35,000 different comments coming in. Even the legislators not even commenting. This is politicians picking the voters, not the voters selecting their elected officials.
Well, Commissioner, this reminds me of the 2020 and 2024 election where the Democrats selected Kamala Harris, and back in 2016 they selected Hillary Clinton. None of these people were elected. What does this mean for the GOP? How many seats will the GOP lose in California, and what's the impact here?
Well, no one knows California or Congress better than Kevin McCarthy, and I think he was spot on. Look, we had 7 seats that go down to maybe 2 of the Republicans. But this is exactly right. Gavin Newsom is running for president. There's no question about that. This is a press point. It does violate the California Constitution. It also violates America's conscience on how we elect, our representatives.
Yeah.
And this is the political. I think the Republicans certainly have a case against California. They violate their own rules, and we'll see. But this is going to open up a broader war. You have Wisconsin, and the Supreme Court of Wisconsin said they won't. But after this, everything is now on the table, and we'll see what happens. But again, I think this blatant from California political move, and it will have further effects, and we'll probably look at the response by some of the Republican states as we go through this. Again, there's only 40 seats. As soon as you knock it down to now could be as competitive across the country, it's not a good thing.
Well, we'll be watching that. Meanwhile, the president really having some serious wins here. The White House announcing Russia's Vladimir Putin has agreed to a bilateral meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky after President Trump's historic efforts toward brokering peace in the region. Watch this.
President Trump spoke with President.
Hey, Doc, if you had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Oh, run payroll. Huh? Paying my team with Gusto takes just a few clicks. They automatically file my taxes for me, too.
Can I run payroll too? Choose payroll without the pain. That's working with Gusto.
President Trump spoke with President Putin by phone, and he agreed to begin the next phase of the peace process, a meeting between President Putin and President Zelensky, which would be followed, if necessary, by a trilateral meeting between President Putin, President Zelensky, and President Trump. As the president said, Vice President Vance, Secretary Rubio, and Special Envoy Witkoff will continue to coordinate with Russia and Ukraine to make this happen as soon as possible.
What's your take on this? NATO military leaders are expected to hold a virtual meeting today, Congressman. They want to hash out specifics on security guarantees for Ukraine And the president was very clear, no boots on the ground from America, but the U.S. could help from the air. How do you see that playing out?
Well, I think this is what leadership looks like. It's amazing to me that anyone would criticize where we're at as a country and what President Trump has done thus far. I mean, he's got a face-to-face with Putin. That said they couldn't be done. And now there's a face-to-face between Zelensky and Putin. They said that couldn't be done. At the end of the day, I think President Trump has been very, very clear is that his goal is peace. Stop the killing. You have between 2,000 and 5,000 people dying every day at the front line. The Donbass people there want peace. Crimean Peninsula, as Trump has said, is off the table for to go back, or stay with Ukraine, no matter how you look at it. And I think it'll end up probably with a land bridge between the Crimean Peninsula and Russia. So I think President Trump has done an unbelievable job against long odds. He's engaged in it. I think he hasn't changed where the mission focus is. It's peace.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, DNI Tulsi Gabbard has removed the security clearances of 37 current and former intelligence officials, saying they manipulated the intelligence. We know that they did. It includes Joe Biden's former Assistant Secretary of State for Intelligence and Research, Brett Holmgren, former Principal Deputy Director of National Intelligence, Stephanie O'Sullivan. She's accused of being involved in the Obama-era probe into Russian influence over the 2016 election, the whole Russia probe. Gabbard defending the decision, saying in part, being entrusted with a security clearance is a privilege, not a right. Your reaction?
Well, I think this is a greater play. You look what happened during 45 and Trump's first term. You had national assets spying on the president. That's what Russian collusion was about. Then you had national assets again spying on the president, and that was the Ukraine crisis over obstruction of justice. And you had national assets spying on the president when he left office. That was Mar-a-Lago. So you had national assets, our intelligence community spying on our president before, during, and after his presidency. People have to be held accountable. I think this is a great first step. But look, when you have national assets politically going against a president in office and before and after, look, this is exactly what the swamp is. We say, hey, there's a deep swamp. This is exactly where it's at.
Well, I mean, are we ever going to see accountability here, Congressman? This has been a decade of scandals against President Trump.
Well, and I had the same thing all of us had when during 45, the secretaries, they went after me. There was all lies, internal investigations that clearly were political, without basis or substance. They did that with the president, and I do believe we're going to get to the bottom of it. You have Clapper. Again, you have senior members of the administration listening to President Trump's private conversations and political conversations, through wiretapping, so to speak, listening to people's phone calls. So yeah, I think at the end of the day, we're going to have accountability, and we're going to go after what people believe. You can't ignore blatant and unethical action by the former administration.
Yeah. All right, Congressman, we're going to be watching your work on this for sure, right?
It is about time that our government actually starts holding people accountable for what was going on with the deep state and trying to demonize Trump and Trump's cabinet, Trump's followers, Trump's support group. You had the national security state literally trying to use their powers to put people in prison and to demonize them, to ban them, to prevent the president to elevate to the presidency. Every single person that was involved in that, in the deep state, trying to harm the presidency and even the candidate, should be held accountable. For sure, 100%. The problem is that our judicial system won't do it. It will go up to a certain point and then they'll drop the ball. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. This collagen is dual purpose. It's going to help with your skin, your hair, and your nails, help with your musculature, your bone density, the health of your joints, and your cartilage. Super important to take. This cross-links with vitamin C, with magnesium. You drink 64 ounces of water throughout the day. It'll cross-link and help with the dermal layer. This also stacks well with the gel you'd use as a topical for your skincare, the collagen and the vitamin C with the filtered water will help with the dermal layer. C60 and resveratrol helps with the basal layer of your skin. So it's a great product. Take it every day. It's a powder. It's a 1 month supply. And again, it's dual purpose. Take it every day. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And since we're talking about the gel is dual purpose. You can get it in a quick dispenser or in the tube form. Have some at home, have some at work. You never know when you need it. If you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well, put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your eyes, around your ears, lightly coat your nostrils. You'll stay active for 5.5 hours. You can use it as a daily skincare. You can use it as an aftershave. And it will help to heal a wound, an abrasion, or a minor burn. Why? Because it keeps the lesion clean. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the very high quality gels that I offer. It's very important to have this available quickly at work or at home, because this fall season could be very problematic with what they call out there razor throat. Now, we all know what that is, so just pay attention, be prepared. But again, the gel is a great topical as a daily skincare, and it stacks well with the collagen, because the topical health for the skin, the collagen and the vitamin C for the dermal layer, and the basal layer for the skin, the C60 and the resveratrol. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. You spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
If you want to build an app and have no idea how to code or where to start, check out Base44. I built this daily habit tracker that helps users log small wins, track their...
Joining me now is the man himself, White House Senior Counselor for Trade and Manufacturing, Peter Navarro. Peter, great to see you. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning, Maria. Great to be with you.
I know you've got another op-ed coming out soon this week on the Russia collusion and this last 10 years of scandals. But let's start with India and their, what you say, funding Putin's war machine. How are they doing it, Peter?
There's a general perception that somehow India needs Russian oil to basically power its domestic economy, but that's just wrong. If you go back to when Russia invaded Ukraine back in February of 2022, India didn't buy virtually any Indian oil, almost zip. I mean, it's like 1%, right? So Russia invades, and then you immediately see this surge of oil purchased by India. So you ask yourself what's going on, and what's going on is the Russian refiners got in bed with the Indian refiners. Russia offers these refiners a steep discount on the crude, and they partner with the Indian refiners, and then they sell the refined products at premium prices to Africa, Asia, and Europe, and that funds the war machine. And so it's like over 1 million barrels a day of Russian oil are sent back to fund the war machine. Now think about that. So what that means is that we wind up having to pay more. Europe has to pay more for defense. The U.S. have to send Ukraine more, and it's because of the Indian profiteering. And the big subtext here, Maria, is the fact that India is the Maharaja of tariffs, got highest tariffs in the world, non-tariff barriers. So think about what India is doing to the United States, right? It steals our jobs. it slows down our growth with their unfair trade practices. Okay, so we take a hit there. And then when it gets into this profiteering scheme with Russia to send oil to basically the Kremlin laundromat for the crude oil, basically it forces U.S. taxpayers to pay more to help Ukraine in the war. So it's just insanity. Look, there's a lot of roads that run to peace, and President Donald J. Trump is the most incredible peace president we've ever seen. One of those roads runs right through New Delhi, and India needs to stand up here for the world, for democracy. It's the biggest democracy in the world by the amount of people, and it's basically in bed with the Russians, and that's not conducive to peace. If India tomorrow stopped buying Russian oil, that would go a long way towards getting Putin to the ultimate yes that we need, and that Donald Trump and his that thing, Maria, I was all 4 years in the White House first term. I've never seen anything like what President Trump did with those European leaders, putting them together with Zelensky and talking about how to proceed forward. That is just, I mean, that will go down in history for the ages.
But I mean, look here, it doesn't look like India is going to stop, right? I mean, you're right. The meeting was unprecedented. And finally, we're actually having the beginnings of a conversation to end this war. After 4 years of no efforts, it appears. It doesn't look, I mean, these secondary sanctions is an interesting idea. Isolate Russia until they stop, but India's not on board.
Well, let's see what happens, as the boss says, with India. What I hope I've done with the Financial Times article is basically sensitize the world that this Indian argument that somehow they need it to keep the heat on or the air conditioning on, it's just wrong. They don't need that oil. Full stop. They don't need that oil. It's just the Russian refiners are partnering with the Indian refiners. They don't create a lot of jobs. They just profiteer. So that's wrong. As is the high tariffs and non-tariff barriers and then judge. I mean, look, they can keep doing what they're doing, but Donald Trump is going to keep doing what he's doing, and that's going to mean the high tariffs to stop them from selling Russian oil, buying Russian oil, and high tariffs to get their trade barriers down.
Let me move on. I have a couple other things to talk to you about in terms of these 232 tariffs that we're talking about this morning. The U.S. expanding the 50% steel and aluminum tariffs onto more than 400 products, including wind turbines, cranes, appliances, EV parts, other heavy equipment. The Commerce Department calling it a crackdown on loopholes, saying that these higher tariffs will revitalize the American steel and aluminum industry. I know from U.S. steelmakers, they're delighted by this because they've been dealing with dumping of these products at much cheaper levels. But, I mean, you're also talking about unmanned aircraft systems, a lot of other goods that we weren't expecting with a 50% tariff. How do they use these loopholes to get cheap products into America and put U.S. makers at a disadvantage, Peter?
So in the beginning, before the Trump steel and aluminum tariffs back in the first term, back in 2018, they dumped steel and aluminum full stop. Okay, so when Donald Trump put the tariffs on, what they began to do, Brazil, Russia, China, all the big steel producers, is they start to take the steel or aluminum and turn it into downstream products. We call that derivative articles, right? So to evade the core tariff. So it's a strategic game. There's a lot of moves in the game. What we're doing is we're anticipating what they're doing. And so we basically do it that way in order to protect the industry. Remember, the goal here is to get 80% or higher capacity utilization in both our steel and aluminum industries, get new investment, particularly in the aluminum industry, which we lost several foundries during the Biden years, and that thing's on life support. We bring them back for national security purposes, and we can't be doing that if they get around the tariffs by just making the steel and aluminum, morphing them into derivative products.
We need that steel and aluminum for the shipbuilding. And that shipbuilding will help to reach parity between the US Navy and China's Navy. So it's really important to realize that tariffs and the sovereign wealth fund and investing in strategic parts of the economy are the beginnings of setting the foundation for a war effort against China. Super important. This is super important.
So that's what that's all about, Maria.
I got you. All right, let me move on to what's going on in terms of the weaponization. DNI Tulsi Gabbard is removing the security clearances of 37 current and former intelligence officials, saying that they manipulated intelligence, as we have just learned from all of this declassification. The list includes Joe Biden's former Assistant Secretary of State for Intelligence and Research, Brett Holmgren, former Principal Deputy Director of National Intelligence, Stephanie O'Sullivan. She's being accused of being involved in the 2016 Obama-era probe of collusion between Russia and President Trump, of course, which was a complete made-up story by Hillary Clinton's team. I want to get your take on this last 10 years of really scandals and efforts to take down President Trump. And when I spoke with Ed Martin over the weekend, he, of course, is the head of the weaponization unit at the DOJ. He said, Peter, it's a lot of the same people. Those same people who tried to do you in, okay, and sent you to prison, those people who came up with these lies about President Trump, they're still out there trying to take down President Trump, and it went from scandal to scandal, including January 6th. Watch this. Here's Ed Martin. Watch.
We know the birthday of...
GETTR is now for all teams, especially cross-functional teams that take a level of planning that keeps project managers up at night. Shh, it's gonna be okay.
We know the birthday of the Russia host is December 8th, 2016, where the Obama administration, including Obama, said, don't put the truth out, lie, and then we had the Russia hoax that went on for 10 years, and every time they get in trouble, meaning the deep state and others, they throw another hoax out, and all we're doing...
Now remember what the Supreme Court ruled. A president can do certain activities, and if it's under an official capacity or unofficial capacity. So the question is, when Obama did this, is it under a presidential capacity or an official presidential capacity or an unofficial capacity? If it's under an unofficial capacity, he can be held liable.
DOJ, and all we're doing across the government is saying, get the truth out. When you're a liar, you lie, not just on one thing. When you're a cheater, you cheat, not just on one thing. When you're doing corruption, you generally don't just do it on one thing. So we have, that's our what we're asked to do as prosecutors. It's always the same people on December 9th, 2016, in the Situation Room in Obama's White House are playing the same game all these years.
That's unbelievable. Peter, you lived it. It impacted your life severely. What can you say?
Well, I've got a blockbuster article coming out in Breitbart today that focuses on one person. It's FBI agent Walter Giardina. And he's the guy that arrested me at Reagan and perp walked my fiance, put me in handcuffs, leg irons.
Wow.
And he got fired, good for Kash Patel, a couple of weeks ago. The media's trying to make him a martyr. But here's what's so interesting. He's the thread that takes us across the entire arc of the attacks on Donald Trump and his associates from 2016 all the way right up to the day that guy got fired. And it starts with the Steele dossier. I don't know if you know this, Maria, but this guy, Walter Giardina, was one of the FBI agents who greenlit the Steele dossier after he read it and said, yeah, that's okay, go forward. And that, of course, begat Crossfire Hurricane. And at the same time, you had another operation. It was called Crimson River, renamed Red Masari. And that one falsely accused the Trump campaign of receiving $10 million from the Egyptian government. It was a total fraud. But Giardina was at the center of that. And then Giardina went to the Mueller report. He served on that.
Our national security state is running amok. They're running rogue. This is the problem. And these people need to be held accountable and charged for election interference.
All of this, by the way, is because of the efforts of Senator Chuck Grassley, who's done a beautiful job getting these whistleblower documents.
Yeah.
And the whistleblowers allege that Giardina wiped his hard drive so that we couldn't get his records.
Wow.
And he got an award for the Mueller people. I mean, it's crazy stuff. And then there was another thing where they called the emoluments clause, where they went after Trump, saying he got money from foreign lobbyists and state governments illegally, but it was just a fishing expedition, and they've got whistleblowers allege that what Giardina did was simply that, a fishing expedition. And then the last one was the Arctic Frost, which was the fake electors one, which there was nothing fake about President Trump's efforts on that, but Giardina basically ensnared Jeff Clark, John Eastman, all of those folks, as well as Trump. So this guy is the seed. Read the Breitbart article when it comes out.
I do hope that the deep state that was involved in this fraud trying to take down Trump needs to be held accountable. But unfortunately, I don't think they will. This will be in the news for a little while, and nobody will be held accountable. That's my fear. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. C60 is the second pillar of my core protocol. C60, you can get it in extra virgin olive oil, avocado oil, or MCT coconut oil. Take a teaspoon a day, every day. What it will do is it'll soak up free radicals. It's a very potent antioxidant, 1,000 times more potent than vitamin C. And what this will do is soak up free radicals, reduce stress in the cell, help with the health of your tissues, improve the health of your mitochondria and your cells. You'll have more ATP, your cells will perform better, your immune system will perform better, your endocrine system will perform better, your neurons will perform better. By soaking up free radicals at the vascular level, you're reducing oxidized LDL. By reducing the concentrations of oxidized LDL, you're reducing plaque formation. So you're helping your cardiovascular health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and take a teaspoon a day, preferably on an empty stomach. If you work out, take it before your workout because it'll soak up the free radicals that you're generating during your workout. And you will recover quicker. But take it every day, teaspoon a day. I've been taking C60 since 2016. This is a very important part of the anti-aging protocol. Now, what's the anti-aging protocol? The anti-aging protocol is the following. You have a foundation where you're taking the complete multivitamin and you're taking a probiotic. That's the foundation. And then you have 4 pillars. The first pillar, max 35 or max 14 or cleanse. That will boost your immune system. The second pillar, the C60, very strong antioxidant. The third pillar, turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans, brings up that immune system, boosts up that immune system, and helps with your cardiovascular health. It's bringing down inflammation. Boomer Boost revs up metabolism and your energy levels. That's a very important anti-aging protocol. Now, you don't have to take the whole thing if you don't want to, but I do. And you can customize it, all right? You can add stuff to it. But if you pay attention to what I have to say and how to stack this stuff, you're gonna improve the health of your body and you're gonna slow down the aging process. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift. But go to the store, my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get either the 2 ounce, the 4 ounce, or the 8 ounce configuration for C60. And this will do wonders for your body. It's going to soak up all those free radicals. Take a teaspoon a day. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right. Looks like the White House is firing back at Luke Skywalker.
It takes 90 seconds for this NASA-engineered AC cool down your room. It's smaller than a toaster. Cools any room in 90 seconds.
The media is still refusing to give President Trump credit for achieving massive foreign policy wins in record time, and Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt calling him out for it. Watch.
One thing that has absolutely not changed is the media's negative and downright false coverage of President Trump and his foreign policy accomplishments. From the beginning of this entire process, much of the left-wing media has been actively rooting against the President of the United States in the pursuit of peace. The so-called experts in the foreign policy establishment, whose record is nothing but endless wars, have the nerve to try and lecture President Trump, who has solved 7 global conflicts in 7 months.
Our very own media expert, Fox News contributor and senior writer for the Washington Examiner, Joe Concha, joins us now. Joe, good morning to you. I mean, you remember the moment with Margaret Brennan, who said that Vladimir Zelensky would need European leaders surrounding him to protect him from potential bullying from President Trump. That's just one example of many. So does Caroline Leavitt have a point here?
Yeah, you mentioned the Brennan interview with Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio in that same interview said that this is such a stupid media narrative before kicking off all the things wrong with Brennan's premise. And now this is the same thing with Caroline Leavitt. This is why she's an absolute all-star for the Trump White House. You would never know that she is, what, just 28 years old? And she comes across as someone who's been doing this job for decades. And the old military saying is, the more we sweat in training, the less we bleed in war, right? And that pertains to meticulous prep ahead of a fight. And Caroline Leavitt embraces that prep. And that approach is why she comes across as more prepared than any press secretary we have ever seen, especially compared to the last one in Karine Jean-Pierre. And that allows her to go on the offensive like she did yesterday and like she has so many times before. The facts are the facts. President Trump met with Putin on American soil just last Friday. European leaders, Vladimir Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, were so encouraged by that meeting in Alaska that they were in Washington, all of them, on Monday. And now we're heading towards trilateral talks between Putin, Zelensky, and Trump. Obviously, we've seen other ends to conflicts as well. Most notably, you could say Pakistan and India, 2 nuclear powers. But to give Trump credit would mean legacy media would actually have to do their job. And it's just not their DNA to say too many things positive about President Trump, even when the evidence is overwhelming otherwise.
But Joe, is it deeper than that? Isn't Trump exposing the media foreign policy establishment for literally making careers out of being just plain wrong for decades? And they're feeling a little bit embarrassed by it, so they strike out against Donald Trump.
Oh, completely. I mean, we see people, Todd, like Bill Kristol being booked a lot, or like John Bolton being booked all the time, it seems, on CNN, despite the fact that this guy's been wrong about basically everything. But as long as you say something that is negative towards Trump, where you say that, oh, this foreign policy simply is not going to work. We saw all of the criticism after we bombed Fordo in Iran, destroying that facility, basically destroying all of Iran's ability for nuclear weapons in the near and distant future. And yet all we saw was criticism. It's utterly remarkable. You see the facts there on your screen, and those are the facts. And that's why Donald Trump, mark down the words, save the tape, will win a Nobel Peace Prize before he leaves office.
Well, Hillary Clinton said that if he's able to get this war to a close, then she would be nominating him. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know if this is going to be able to cross the finish line, but this is the closest that these 2 warring sides have ever been so far. So that really should be the focus as we pray that this war does wrap up so lives are saved. Okay, so there's also this. We're going to be talking about Star Wars actor Mark Hamill. And his hatred for President Trump is, I guess you could say, almost as strong as his force.
Nice.
He revealed that he almost left the United States after Trump won re-election. He told The Times, the UK publication, in an interview that after Trump was re-elected, he gave his wife a choice, London or Ireland, Hamill then said. She didn't respond right away, but a week later she said, I'm surprised you would allow him to force you out of our own country. So the White House has responded to this, saying, since Mark has decided to stay in the U.S., he will get to enjoy the many wins President Trump has secured for the American people. And really, who can blame him for second guessing a plan to move to the same place as Rosie O'Donnell, who is in Ireland right now and making videos from across the pond about President Trump still.
Yeah, that's the thing. Rosie O'Donnell could leave, but we still have to see her probably more than we ever had before. That'll probably be the case with Mark Hamill because that's the way social media works. But what will the acting community do without Mark Hamill? I mean, his career basically has been predicated on being maybe the 7th best actor in the original Star Wars series, behind definitely Harrison Ford, Carrie Fisher, Alec Guinness, Billy D. Williams, James Earl Jones's voice, and the guy who played Chewbacca. So this line is getting so old already, kind of looks like Chewbacca at this point, because outside of Rosie O'Donnell, no one actually leaves Hollywood for another country. But I think that America would be a much better place without all the wine and cheese that we see from Luke Skywalker, and hopefully he can take the Pope of Late Night, Jimmy Kimmel, with him, guys.
No one cares if Mark Hamill moves to a galaxy far, far away. And with that, Joe Concha, enjoy your Wednesday.
You know what's...
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it.
You know what? It's sad in terms of Hollywood and just entertainers. They don't check their politics at the door, and they just view they should view entertainment and their craft of being an actor or a comedian as something apolitical. All right, this is something that Johnny Carson was saying, that comedians should never become political. But what do we have today? You have Colbert and Jon Stewart and Jimmy Kimmel and they're all political. They're all political now. So it's creating an echo chamber. If they make you laugh, and they push a certain agenda, especially a liberal agenda, then, they create their own little world. And if you question their little world, then you must be a right-winger or whatever. It's sad that entertainers can't just separate their politic with the craft. And Mark Hamill is a classic example. I think another problem is probably George Clooney is another one of these never Trumper types. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the magnesium and zinc. Magnesium and zinc is going to boost up your immune system, and magnesium helps with brain function. Super important. You're going to start noticing within the next 5 years, your social network or family members getting early onset of dementia. So it's really important to start following protocols that will help with neural health. And it's a holistic approach, because you're going to have to start building muscle and doing balancing exercises and stretching exercises and cardio to help with your neurons and creating that microenvironment with better blood flow, stimulating those neurons and providing the nutrients to maintain the myelin sheath, bringing down stress in the neuron and making sure that the neurons are functioning properly and have enough ATP. These are all really important. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the magnesium and zinc. It's going to help with your brain function and your immune system. Vitamin C and magnesium, dual purpose. Help with your skin, help with your brain function, and help with your immune system. Stack it for the best results with the magnesium and zinc. And another great multi-purpose supplement that I have is olive leaf extract. This will help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. It brings down inflammation, so that's going to help with the vascular system, reduce plaque, and bringing down systemic inflammation is going to help with your immune system. If you're chronically inflamed with high levels of cortisol, guess what? That's immunosuppressive. So you want to bring down pro-inflammatory cytokines if you are chronically inflamed and have chronic inflammation. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the olive leaf extract. It also helps to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. When you have less LDL, you have less plaque buildup. So please go to my store and get the great dual-purpose supplement, olive leaf extract, and stack them together. You have magnesium and zinc and vitamin C and magnesium to help with your immune system and your brain function. And the olive leaf extract is helping your immune system and your cardiovascular health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. The link is in the description of my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, let's see here. All right, let's listen to News Nation here.
For most businesses, hiring can take a long time. Not for Susan, though. She uses ZipRecruiter to find quality candidates fast.
What does the United States need rescuing from? It needs rescuing from the illusion that a great power such as ours can stand by while violence and massed armies and state-on-state violence change the borders of Europe and suffer no consequences. The Trump administration is very, very reluctant because of a number of reasons, one of them being the ambivalence, to put it mildly, of the MAGA base about Ukraine, very reluctant to take leadership in this. And so now Europe has to begin to act like a united continent. And it's been said for a long time, Leland, that Europe has always been a geographical expression and has struggled to be a political expression. Now's the time it must become a political expression and take charge of its own security.
Is it perhaps to be said a good thing that Europe, that so badly wants to be a political expression, that so badly wants to free itself, they say, from the United States because they have a very different view of individual liberty and individual rights than we do, that it's about time they take their own responsibility, or at least the lead, and it's a good thing that Donald Trump is forcing that?
And that's a sensible argument, and we'll see if it plays out. The European Union, Leland, has a gross domestic product 10 times larger than Russia's. It has 3 times Russia's population. There's no question that it has the means. The question is, does it have the will? Well, I'd better find it pretty soon, because Mr. Trump, it seems to me, who's never been famous for his patience, is very apt to, once he realizes that he has no purchase whatever, no leverage whatever with Mr. Putin, will be tempted to walk away, at which point we're going to see something really interesting, a major European conflict where the United States is irrelevant. The United States was crucial to settling the First World War, crucial at Potsdam and Yalta before that, settling the Second World War, crucial to settling the wars that broke out when Yugoslavia disintegrated. This may be the first time since the 20th century that we have a crisis in Europe to which the United States is largely irrelevant.
I would argue perhaps we are not irrelevant, but choosing to take a step back. There may be a difference. You may argue that it's a difference without a distinction, but I think we look at it a little bit differently in that you think about Putin's invasion of Ukraine in 2014. I was there. It was Democrats in charge with Barack Obama. There was not some big call for America and others to be involved. In fact, Obama sort of met it with a shrug, if you will. And suddenly now, the alarm bells are ringing loud that now America must step in. Even Joe Biden wasn't called to do as much as Donald Trump is being called upon to do. Is there an unfair standard to this?
Well, maybe. You're quite right, Leon, to call attention to the fact that this is not the third year of the war of Russia against Ukraine. It's the 11th year. It began in 2014 with the seizure of Ukraine and the beginning of the Little Green Men and the gray area of the wars in some provinces of the remainder of Ukraine. But what has not changed, and now seems more urgent, is that Russia's aims are quite clear. It wasn't Crimea, it's not this or that region of Ukraine. It is to extinguish Ukrainian statehood. So it seems to me the urgency that you're now rightly hearing is in fact a recognition, belated, that this is a really stark choice for Europe, something unlike anything since 1945.
Since 1945, before 1945, was obviously the rise of Adolf Hitler. There was Chamberlain at Munich, the UK Prime Minister's famous appeasement of Adolf Hitler, and then Churchill, one of your heroes, one of mine, came to power, to leadership, and in your column you quote his message of June 40th, 1940. Take a listen.
We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender.
Why should America...
I'm gonna need a new headline, right?
Yeah.
You got any ideas? CarParts.com always delivers, and they carry quality parts. I'm trusted.
Why should America be stronger about fighting Vladimir Putin than Europe collectively is right now? Why is it upon President Trump, in your mind and so many others, to stand stronger than Europe is willing to stand, as you point out, for its own safety and security?
Well, first, let's not prejudge what Europe is going to do. Germany is now has the fourth largest defense budget in the world. And Britain and France, two nuclear powers, have signed a new agreement to extend their nuclear umbrella, if you will, to European security, not just their national securities. So I think it's arguable, Leon, that Europe is stepping up considerably. But beyond this, there is no reason to believe that Ukraine is the last morsel on the plate for Mr. Putin. He is very apt to turn his attentions to Eastern Europe, to Hungary, where there's a regime that is, I think it's fair to say, sympathetic to Putin, Mr. Erdogan's Hungarian government. There are the three Baltic states who are members of NATO, and Article 5 still exists. An attack on one is an attack on the NATO alliance. So we're playing with fire here. And there's not just smoke, there's actual fire.
Fair enough. And I think you rightly point out the dangers and the fire that exists. Bill O'Reilly on the program last night made the point that Donald Trump should be given time to maneuver when I argued that sanctions must come now, that we must speak Vladimir Putin's language because of the risks of a sociopath, as Vladimir Putin is, with the world's largest nuclear arsenal. Take a listen.
Putin would, in my opinion, use nukes. He uses them. And when you're dealing with a guy like that, when life matters not at all, life doesn't matter one bit to him, you got to be very, very careful and methodical.
Given that there is now conversation, there is now negotiation, which I think is a good thing because we're at least talking about ending this war rather than just continuing the funding of a war that neither side can win. Is Trump not entitled to more time?
Well, speaking of time, he said 50 days, Mr. Putin, or there'll be severe consequences. They said 10 days, Mr. Putin, there will be severe consequences. The 10 days came and went, no consequences. Now he says, if we don't make progress, and he says, it's over to you to do this, Mr. Zelensky, Putin will find himself in a rough situation. Leland, there comes a point when people just aren't going to take seriously what he says. Remember, Leland, how there was a kind of alarm and convulsion here in Washington when Barack Obama said, I'm drawing a red line about the use of chemical weapons in Syria. Syria then did what he had said was crossing a red line, and nothing happened. It is serious business when a great nation loses its credibility, and I think we're in the process of doing that.
Boy, I remember being a young foreign correspondent in Israel when that happened. And after Barack Obama made his speech saying, we're going to back off effectively, and even though the red line was crossed, now I'm going to go to Congress and on, and dithered. I had a very senior member of the Israeli government call me after that, and he said, well, now we are on our own after the United States had dithered. That said, I think we can all agree that peace, the prospect of it, and a negotiated settlement to this war is an important one. You're not on the side of saying that Ukraine must be made whole again, that Vladimir Putin probably is going to end up with some part of Ukraine if he is going to make a deal, right?
I see no evidence, Leland, none, zero, that Mr. Putin wants a negotiated end to this war. I think he wants to play this process out, let his summer offensive roll, at which point he will say, as he has said, as a version of the Brezhnev doctrine, Brezhnev said, wherever socialism has been planted, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Poland, there it must stay. They've updated that to say wherever Russian boots have been on the ground, that ground now belongs to Russia. What, Leland, is there to negotiate about when the other party simply wants to get, not to yes, they want to get to Kyiv?
Well, to Kyiv, and I think you're making the point they want to get beyond Kyiv, which is Vladimir Putin's stated goal, to reconstitute, as you point out, the Soviet Union. Mr. Will, it's always good to see you, sir. I know your vacation is coming up. We'll see you after Labor Day.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based, unbiased news for all Americans.
Fact-based news for all Americans. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the dual-purpose deodorants for males and females. It will help to detoxify your body, and you use it as a daily deodorant. It has no aluminum and no baking soda. It has peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, or you can get it in citrus. Get a couple bars for your household, detoxify your body, very high quality ingredients in these bars. It's from the Himalayas, essential oils, super important to take every day to help to detoxify your body. Very, very, very high quality ingredients in these deodorant bars. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get those. Get the vitamin D3. It's a gene expression cofactor. It also helps to get cells to go into apoptosis if they're infected. And D3 is super important to absorb calcium. Vitamin K2 and K7 helps to absorb calcium. You stack it with D3. And what this will do will help with your cardiovascular health. It'll help to pull some of that calcium depositing out and reduce the calcium depositing. In addition, by doing resistance training, it's going to create a microenvironment to actually help to build denser bone. So take the vitamin K2 and the D3 together. Nattokinase, very important as a supplement to help to control your lipid profile. It'll help to bring down LDL levels, increase your HDL levels. It also is fibrinolytic in a very interesting way to bring down high levels of lipid. Let's say if your total cholesterol is really high, here's a little trick. Take higher doses of nattokinase, take red yeast rice, and take CoQ10 or ubiquinol. and do that for 6 months. And you do that in higher doses. And you do that with exercise, cardio and resistance training, and a balanced diet, you're going to notice that your numbers are going to go down. So I just gave you the formula, so you don't need to go on a statin. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get healthy, get the nattokinase. It's fibrinolytic and it will help with your lipid profile. Get the D3 and the K2 to help with bone density. But if you stack these together, you're also going to be helping with your cardiovascular health. I have a cardiovascular health box that you can take a look at. It's a longevity cardiovascular health box that will help. Those supplements stacked together will help to bring down the actual blockage percentage over time within about a year and a half. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off anywhere. Or don't pay attention and don't be surprised that you're on pharmacopoeia when you're in your geriatric years.
Agitating for change. Sometimes you will have a very involved founder figure, like you had the case of Starbucks with Howard Schultz. But yeah, I mean, look at it across the board. It just really does seem to be that, boards are more willing to pull the trigger now. And so, as you said, though, there was a lull during COVID when it was just like, okay, let's just batten down the hatches and just get through the pandemic. Now they're way more willing to just pull the trigger.
So, what's the role of the board in these things? Because at the end of the day, that's kind of their job, right?
Yeah, it is their job. They have nominating committees, on the board. It is their job to find the new CEO. They bring in advisors, of course, and they're doing this not just when the CEO is, fired or abruptly terminated. They are doing what they call succession work and advisory work. Exactly. Right? You always got to be planning who's on our bench. But when you have an entrenched CEO, guess what? A lot of the good people are going to skedaddle. They're like, no, I want to be CEO. I'm never going to get this guy's job, so I'm out of here. So you end up having a very thin bench, and that would seem to be.
I'm going to go to CNBC talking about pressures on Palantir.
I was a 17-year-old college athlete. Like many men, I was both confused and devastated when I would take off my baseball cap or my football.
Sector under pressure again today after coming off the worst performance in a couple of weeks. As some of the year's best performers lose momentum, including Palantir, on pace for the 6th straight day of losses, now down about 23% from the highs. Longtime Palantir bear Brent Thill joins us from Jefferies. Brent has a sell rating and a target of 60. Brent, it's good to have you. You actually wrote about this a few weeks ago, in which you called it a disconnect between valuation and achievable growth. Can you walk viewers through your thesis?
Yeah, good morning, Carl. Overall, tech is under pressure across the board, so this isn't unique to Palantir. Everything that we cover is down given the run that we've had up. So I'd say that part of the downdraft is not Palantir related, it's more market and technology plus software related. For Palantir, there's no multiple that's ever been in our coverage universe to sustain this multiple. And we've said repeatedly, this is a phenomenal company. This company is executing at a level that no other software company is executing. The challenge becomes the valuation. The minute that they move one way down, the stock's going to be under duress. And we haven't seen a deterioration in the fundamentals. That's not the call. The call is you can't trade 8 times revenue. There's no precedent. If you put the most expensive software multiple on Palantir, the stock would be $60 on next year's numbers. So, even if you give the benefit of the doubt, which we have in terms of the price target, you have material downside on the multiple. So this isn't a question of the fundamentals. We've said repeatedly that they're executing better than the majority of the industry and have executed on a rule of 90, which is pretty incredible. Top line growth and margin together equal that. No one else is even close to them. The question is sustainability and then can they continue the acceleration? But really, this sell-off has really been driven more as a broader tech software sell-off than it has anything else.
Right. Well, yeah, as you pointed out a couple of weeks back, I mean, not even 74 times revenues,
And I can remember some multiples like that from the late 90s, Brett, but it takes a while to get back to anything close to seeing that. What about the sell-off in tech overall? I'm just curious. It's August. Retail flows may have slowed. I don't know what you're hearing from your client base as well, but it is getting pretty significant here, at least in terms of getting some people's attention.
Yeah, on our Jeffrey's desk, it's basically risk off. We see a lot of AI winners get trimmed. At the beginning of the year, it was all about macro, right? When tariffs hit, everyone's concerned about macro. We didn't have the macro concern. We didn't have the fundamental pullback. You saw a lot of money move into the group, and then you've seen a pretty material move up. And so I think it's just the magnitude of the move up. If you look still year to date, you've got companies like Oracle up almost 40%, Microsoft still up 20%. You've had really good gains, and I think many don't really know what the shape of the curve looks like in the back half. We don't know what's going to happen with the political environment. There's still concerns around AI adoption. Are we in an AI daze and confusion, and are we going to delay decisions? So right now, I think given the magnitude of the move, this is more of a trading risk off. This has nothing really to do with anything fundamentally that we're seeing.
Right, the underlying fundamentals. Obviously, we got earnings from all the hyperscalers. Nobody changed their CapEx plans other than getting even higher in terms of what they're planning on spending. How important is NVIDIA next week, though, if we continue to see this kind of a sell-off?
They're bellwether, absolutely critical. We don't see any slowdown across our tech team in terms of the positioning and where they sit. So we don't see a pullback. We've actually raised CapEx by over $50 billion. So to your point, David, we just don't see anything that will cause any type of major disruption for NVIDIA or the enabling AI infrastructure. And that's what continues to work right now in tech, is nothing in the application layer and software. It's all infrastructure. And that's where investors are staying in right now, because we're continuing to see this AI build up. We haven't seen the enterprise adoption.
Sorry to cut in. You mentioned that. I want to get a couple questions here. But software, companies, is that going to continue to see weakness? The likes of Adobe and many others, their Salesforce, is that a concern to you in your coverage universe, given AI's rise in the agentics and what that may mean in terms of their ability to lose share, essentially?
It is. Right now, again, I think we're seeing the application group like Salesforce and Adobe down the most. So a lot of those stocks are already embedded. Your concern and you're mentioning, that's in. We don't think the disappearance of Adobe and Salesforce is overnight. We think they're in a better spot than investors are giving them credit. They're the cheapest names in our coverage. So we think if you want to take the opposite side of this, that group has been hit the hardest and probably won't see as big a downfall as Wall Street's expecting. And we just haven't seen AI hit the application layer yet. And that's why, again, all the money's moved out of that sector. It's moved into infrastructure, and again, the energy companies, the data center companies, Microsoft, Oracle, anything is providing enabling infrastructure to let those applications above that infrastructure work. So that's already been embedded. We share concerns, and I think those companies are acting. They're taking it serious. They're putting the right pieces in place to enable their AI to come alive. It's going to take time. It's at less than 5% of total revenue for all the large cap software companies. So as we said, 26, 27 is a more critical year for inflection for revenue for these AI application companies, but it's not there. I think that's why investors aren't there in those stocks right now, because they just don't see the revenue.
Right. I keep thinking, you keep talking about software disruption, and we have seen baskets of AI disrupted names under pressure, but this week, Brent, it was about AI beneficiary baskets that are under pressure, and I just wonder if you see anything different about that.
Well, MIT came out with a survey and said 95% of the enterprise AI is failing. And we've said this, that any new technology, we're not going to wave a magic wand and suddenly alive. Our firm, we're deploying AI in multiple areas. It takes time. It takes time to train. We've had multiple training classes in the last couple of weeks here that our entire firm is going through. Then you have to get the use cases. Then you have to get the ROI. It takes time. This isn't like loading up, Perplexity or ChatGPT on your phone and creating a summer barbecue ad for your street to come over to you. Like this doesn't happen that quick. And I think everyone's saying same thing, which is like, okay, I see it on my iPhone, but why am I not seeing it in my enterprise? And that's going to be a 26, 27 event, not a 25 event. And we think, again, that many have gotten too overzealous about the return of AI. we are excited over time that this just effectively, this is like they're building the pyramids. This is not going to happen overnight.
That's right. Yeah, you're not alone on the training part. That's happening in-house over here, too. Brent, appreciate it. Talk soon.
Thank you.
Brent Thill on Palantir.
Coming up, competition in the ETF business is heating up. Vanguard getting into the actively managed ETF area. Ron Barron also eyeing ETFs of his own. We're going to talk to the former CEO of Engine Number One.
How's it going? First day, so sometimes
Next. Try it again.
you could have done better.
The numbers came in very solid, about 12%, when about 4% was expected. That's part of the reason you had that torrid run in the market, because the earnings were just solid and coming in. As a result of that, the first half of the year came in much better than expected, lowered expectations for sure, but lowered to a point where it matched why the market dropped so much, in March and April. And so you're having numbers also moving higher for the rest of the year. I think what's not talked about actually what's going on in the financial sector. The numbers are going higher there. That's not reflected in NASDAQ, and that's part of what the run has been about, has been financials as well. We spent a lot of time talking about tech, right? Shiny object, everybody owns them, so therefore vulnerable. But financials have been terrific also, as well as industrials.
You mentioned, I see just kind of your sectors, utilities and industrials. Is that kind of the, bringing stuff back to America, manufacturing and just kind of all that stuff?
It's the data center build out.
It's
the data center build out. Of course, if the Fed is cutting, utilities will do well also simply on the interest rate play. But we're really looking at a structural change in the U.S. economy where capital is flowing. I think what hasn't been talked about is the one big beautiful bill. We talk about tariffs night and day, but we haven't talked about the incentives buried in the one big beautiful bill for data center build out for CapEx and investment in structures. In the most recent earnings season, 275 companies mentioned that the tax provisions within the bill are going to be positive for their earnings and for their businesses. And that has really been under the radar in a sort of a shocking way. It's part of the reason numbers are moving higher.
Alicia Levine of this Bank of New York, BNY, filled that she could be with us today. The problem I have with the gloom over the build-out, obviously it's an unknown, we really don't know about it, is essentially with the profit generation of these companies, a portion, if not all, of their CapEx. It's a rounding error, but it's not that big a deal. We don't understand the scale of their profit.
So there is so much cash flow and profit in these companies. The scale of the CapEx this year, it's about $370 billion. Very interestingly, that's also the tax benefit from the one big beautiful bill in 2026, about $400 billion. It also equates to the tariff hit, which is a tax of $370 billion. So they're offsetting each other, right? The tariff hit, which is a tax, and the spending that these companies are doing. So there was a reduction in free cash flow margin for the Magnificent Seven because of that. But ultimately, these companies can handle it, and their margins remain high. So in a sense, you're getting paid to wait to see if this works.
Paul, this is not 1999. You and I keep saying that.
Yeah, having been there in 1899, pumping out those companies back in the day. Alicia, what do you think the Fed should do for the remainder of this year going into next?
So I think they will cut. Okay. I think they'll cut 25 basis points in September because ultimately what's happening in the labor market will outweigh what's happening on the inflation front. The bump in inflation, for the most part, we've heard from the Fed is going to be, they don't say it's transitory, but they're saying it's transitory. One-time hit is the same as transitory. A slowdown in the economy is not something that the Fed's going to be able to stomach, and the labor market is now at a lower equilibrium rate. Harder to play with that, right? If your equilibrium rate on hiring is 100 to 120,000 jobs, and now you're down to something like 50 to 70,000, you just don't have as much margin for error. So they're going to cut, and they've taken hikes off the table. So the Fed is cutting, the market's near all-time highs. the economy is getting this bolus of investment into the AI infrastructure and in industrials.
Right.
So we think of a cyclical upswing. The PMIs have not caught up yet. We think they will.
I got to get two things in. The first one is the basic idea of investment for our viewers and our listeners is simple. I'm in it for the long haul. How do you look over the horizon to 26 or 27 right now?
Look, we always have a 12 to 18 month horizon. And even the scare of, let's call it early April, is something that our clients in BNY Wealth are well used to. If you think about the last 10 years, we've had 20% drawdowns or more, and every single one of those times have been an epic buying opportunity. So the long haul is you add when you can, when you have liquidity or cash, and you don't sell, because you always sell at the low, always.
Your company's workflow could be as smooth as this.
Before we go to Balance of Power on Bloomberg, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin B complex. Vitamin B complex is really important to take if you're age 40 or older. Vitamin B complex will help with the health of your mitochondria and boost up your ATP. The first 4 B vitamins will help with the electron transport chain within your mitochondria to boost up ATP levels. Vitamin B complex revs up your metabolism, and vitamin B complex has B12, which is super important for neural health. So take vitamin B complex every day. Another great neural stack is taking Clarity Factor. Clarity Factor is going to get rid of that brain fog. It's going to allow you to concentrate and focus. In addition, it's going to help support memory. And over time, by drinking filtered water and taking Clarity Factor and staying away from processed foods, you're going to improve your neuroplasticity. You're going to have positive neuroplasticity, and your dendritic connections will improve. Your thinking will be quicker. Your memory will be faster. So a great way to improve your neural health and to be able to get rid of that brain fog is to take Clarity Factor. Make sure you drink it with filtered water. So a great, powerful neural stack that will also help to improve your ATP levels and rev up your metabolism is to take the vitamin B complex and then stack it with the Clarity Factor. So please go to my store, use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. You spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
Big Trump foe, and now that is sort of metastasized over to the Fed as well, with Lisa Cook, who of course is a Democratic appointee, but not a Democrat official in the way that Schiff and James are.
Josh Wingrove, thank you for joining us, and thank you for all your great reporting. We'd like to now turn to our colleague Michael McKee, the Senior International Economics Correspondent, who is in Jackson Hole now, awaiting the start of the closely watched Federal Reserve gathering out there. Mike, this is certainly casting a different feel and different vibe around the meeting. Will we expect the Fed at some point to address these complaints and allegations? So far, they have declined to comment. And also, Mike, are we expected to see Lisa Cook out there in Wyoming?
Well, guidance from the Fed was that Lisa Cook, like the rest of the board, would be attending. This is, of course, Jay Powell's last symposium as the head of the Federal Reserve Board. And so they were going to come and probably pay tribute to him. We don't know if she still intends to come, but everybody's keeping an eye out for her. And it does cast a bit of a pall over this, but whether the Fed will comment or not isn't clear, because these are just allegations. There's nothing proven, as Josh was pointing out. And this is a somewhat political effort by the administration.
But the thing is that there's some common themes. All right, mortgage fraud, a person that's elevated into very powerful positions. Loretta James, mortgage fraud, elevated into a powerful position. Lisa Cook, mortgage fraud, elevated into a powerful position. Similar characteristics.
Well, the Federal Reserve Act says that governors can only be fired for cause, and the Supreme Court a couple of months ago basically said the way the Fed is set up means that the president can't just fire them, even though other members of the administration have been fired, and they had for cause clauses. Now, whether he would fire Lisa Cook or not is an interesting question because, as we know, Trump's relationship to the law is a little loose. And it might be a question of a target of opportunity where he could try to fire her, and if he loses in court, so what? But the ultra conspiracy, Tyler, is this. All of the Fed Bank presidents get their contracts renewed by the board in February. And if Trump were to get 4 members of the 7-member board, they could, in theory, decline to renew any of those contracts, and the president could try to influence the selection of the rest of the Federal Reserve. Now, that's pretty far out there, not likely to happen. I don't think Chris Waller would go along. But if you want a tinfoil hat theory attached to this, that could be it.
All right, a conspiracy theory to watch out for from our Bloomberg's Michael McKee, Senior International and Economics Policy Correspondent, out in Jackson Hole for us. We thank you so much. It's going to be a story that we're going to be covering closely over the next 2 hours here on Balance of Power, but make sure to stick with us because coming up we have a really interesting conversation, some pretty unique polling out from Ipsos, new numbers about President Trump's approval ratings and how all of these policies are playing with the American people. I'm Tyler Kendall here alongside Bloomberg's Michael Shepard in Washington, D.C. This is Balance Power. Make sure to keep it here. We'll be right back. This is Bloomberg.
Let's see here. Let's listen to The Hill about J.D. Vance.
Ignite the fairways.
Fireball.
Jiminy Cricket, you don't even have a club in your hand.
Welcome back to Rising. All right, Lindsay, what's in your lens today?
We are talking about the vice president. So VP J.D. Vance has been in office since January, and already he's racked up more vacation days than most Americans could dream of in a decade. The man who built the brand railing against, quote, elites has basically become one, living like the very people he claimed to stand against. His latest trip is a summer holiday in the Cotswolds, the region of England nicknamed, quote, the Hamptons of the UK. Now, Vance rented a sprawling manor that goes for about $10,000 a week. Between his motorcades clogging those tiny roads and the protests that followed him across the pond, it's safe to say that his family getaway got more press than privacy. But this isn't an isolated incident. This is vacation number 8 this year. I mean, Italy, India, Nantucket, Disneyland, Vermont, Greenland, wherever you can name, he's basically been. Some of those vacations he even labeled as, quote, official business, meaning taxpayers footed the bill, like in March when he flew with the second lady to Greenland during the height of Trump's fixation with the territory. The trip was so poorly received by Greenland's government that it was cut short from a multi-day trip to a 3-hour trip. Imagine flying all that way for less time than most people spend at a barbecue. The only thing that came from that trip were some Instagram-ready photos of Vance and his wife in the snow. Then there's Disneyland, which he shut down for his family. Then there's a $2,500 Michelin-star dinner in San Diego. And who could forget his birthday trip, kayaking, when the military literally raised the level of the Ohio River just to smooth out his paddling conditions. That's not just elite, that's emperor-level elite. The bigger question is, how does he have so much time off? I mean, most Americans can't even get 2 consecutive weeks approved without basically begging their boss. Yet the sitting vice president has managed to disappear almost every month since taking office. And for context, Mike Pence barely took personal trips in his first 6 months, and Kamala didn't take a single personal vacation in hers, especially because it was coming right on the heels of COVID. Meanwhile, families here and at home are being crushed under the weight of rising costs. Groceries, healthcare, gas, everyday basics are becoming luxuries. And while Americans are forced to do more with less, their vice president seems determined to do less with more. The optics matter when your right-hand man is Donald Trump, the guy who wants to convince the working class America that he's their champion, and you're jet setting across the globe on lavish retreats. It doesn't scream solidarity, it screams out of touch. So as the bills pile up and medical benefits shrink because of the big, beautiful bill, J.D. Vance may be hard to find. He's not in Washington, not in Ohio, but likely on vacation again. The message is clear. While everyday Americans are fighting to make ends meet, J.D. Vance is fighting to make his next reservation.
Whew. Oh, Lindsay.
Oh, this is so, and I love to travel. I'm not hating on that.
I know, you're gone every weekend, but you're in between. You don't live here, you're going back and
forth. But I'm also not the vice president. Happily not the vice president. So, it's just like there's so much going on in the world, and he talks about people being so elite and how you want to take down all these people. Like, this is part of the MAGA platform that unrelatable people, Trump's that relatable billionaire, just like you and I. Like, this is not relatable.
Vance comes from nothing. Trump was never a genuine working class person. Vance is. Vance, I've read his memoir. We all know his
story. You paying for his trip to Greenland so he can parade around and take Instagram pictures because nobody invited him. It was not an official trip. Official trips look like this in government. Leaders of that country or that space or that territory invite you there, and you have an official meeting and it's organized. You don't go for the snow and take a picture with your wife and taxpayers pay for it. This is what's been happening lately.
I don't want taxpayers paying for vacations.
Thank you.
For political figures, obviously. But if they, of their own money, are going on vacation, I don't care. Just as I never cared, and I know conservatives used to make a whole thing about this, please take a cane and yank me off the stage if you ever hear me say, I can't believe Barack Obama's golfing again. I don't care. They can have weekends on occasion like anybody else.
He's taken 8 vacations in 7 months. We're not talking about...
His job is to be the preside over the Senate, and the Senate is not in session.
No, I didn't say this summer. I said in his first 7 months in office. You understand what I'm saying?
Again, some of
this is not the time.
Vacations were...
Okay, in Europe right now, he had 1 meeting. He's in the Cotswold vacation, and he had 1 meeting. And is this a diplomatic trip? Do you mind that you paid for his flight and his first class accommodation? I mean, his entire plane to fly over there to have a vacation in the Cotswold, and he had 1 official meeting. This is what I'm saying. Like, it is not relatable when the everyday American. Actually, no, I have stats. So, a Morning Consult poll said 6 out of 10 Americans say the Trump administration is driving up their costs with some of these new policies. They're directly blaming President Trump and his administration. And the second in charge of his administration is on vacation. $10,000 vacation for a week. So if he's there for more than 1 week.
If he pays for it, I don't care. But we shouldn't pay for it. You're right about that.
But the point is, it's unrelatable. Don't you want to be in touch with the people? You argue all the time that Democrats were out of touch. How much more out of touch can you look by painting the office in actual gold flakes, which President Trump did a few weeks ago, and elevating it to the step?
I don't care about their vacations as long as they're not. I cared about their vacations or their dining at nice restaurants when they were forcing everyone else to, lock themselves in their own homes and never go outside because of COVID, then I cared. But other than that, I don't really care. I think, honestly, I'd rather politicians take more vacations because the less work they're doing, coming up with bad ideas to harm our economy even further is good.
So optics mean nothing to you? I mean, like, he might as well change his title from VP to VPTO. I don't like it. Doesn't. He doesn't do very much. You and Ronna McDaniel, we just had her on the other day, said that he is next in line to probably be the Republican nominee for president.
Oh,
okay. So you cannot be vacationer in chief. You should be active right now, especially when there are several wars going on that we are very close to.
Joe Biden.
It can't work anymore. That can't work anymore. He's not president, and that's talking about the past. We talked about this if your mom ever told you about spilled milk. Don't let me bring that back up, right? That's done. It's done. It's on the floor. You can't drink it anymore. We're talking about real life right now. President Trump is president, and his VP is constantly on vacation. And so it shouldn't be a problem to the American taxpayers and voters who were promised that this Russia war would end at day 1, who were promised that the economy would be soaring definitely by 7 months in, who were promised many things, but all they're getting are a higher deficit, which makes no sense if you're a fiscal conservative. All they're getting is possible medical benefits cut with the big, beautiful bill. And all they're getting is tax cuts that won't even affect the everyday American only people that are at a much higher echelon than most people in America. So what are they getting? This is why Republicans are. What are they getting? This is why Republicans are uncomfortable and have been advised to not go to their hometowns during the summer break
Big beautiful
and
bills.
speak about the big beautiful
Well, I'm against it.
Well, that's one of the biggest pieces of legislation that they have going on from the Republican Party. So if you can't speak about that, then what are you doing for the American people? You're on vacation, but no one else can afford to be. That's kind of ridiculous and out of touch. Come on, Robin. We don't have to agree on everything, but you're on vacation. American people can't afford vacation. Connect the dots for me.
Maybe I'm out of touch. Viewers, if anyone who's not just some rabid anti-Vance partisan actually cares about,
I like Vance. I think he's fine.
Then
I've always had the stance that Vance was someone you can't trust. I just don't. There's something about him I don't trust. Now, there is a YouTuber out there that's becoming a bit famous, talking about anti-Vance stuff. There seems to be too much of a connection to the tech establishment and the biotech establishment because J.D. Vance is tied into venture capital. But he doesn't really look like someone that knows a lot about venture capital. Now, he's that typical lawyer type that you see in New York that will get into investment banking or venture capital. They really don't know much about the economy. They don't know much about business. They don't know much about what they're investing in, but they do know the law, right? He reminds me of that kind of venture capitalist. But the point I'm making is that there is a bit of an elitism that is starting to creep up. I don't trust him. I feel as though he's a neocon, and I'm not a big fan of Vance. Now, maybe things will change, and my opinion of him will change. But I've held relatively steady on this, that I just don't trust him. There's something about him that I don't trust. Now, in terms of all these vacations, I personally think that these people, because of the grave situation that the United States is in terms of wars around the world, in terms of rebooting the economy, in terms of inflation and the cost of living, these people that are at the administrative level should not be taking vacations. They should be working 7 days a week. They should not. We should not hear that they're taking vacations. Solve the fucking problem before you take your vacation. Is the problem solved? No. Then you don't take your vacation. It's that simple.
Please chime in. You can write to me at I don't really care. Email.
Bomb Robbie with emails telling him that.
Just let me know that Robbie, you're out of touch, elitist. I don't know. I hope people take vacations when they want to.
People can't. That's what I'm saying. Americans mostly can't afford.
What's with the policies?
Vacations.
Yes, I hope
cannot afford vacations right now.
We should implement policies that allow for the price of things to go down. That's why I'm against the tariffs. That's why I'm against regulations. That's why I want low taxes. I want people to keep more of their own money and be employed and have good jobs and be able to take vacation, and
And that comes when a president really works hard on fixing the economy and doesn't put things in place that are going.
I rarely take vacations because I miss the viewers and you too much.
And me?
We go on. A little hard. So it's like leaving your child is away on his first school trip or something. Oh, like, was the show okay while I'm not there?
Yeah.
Also, bad things happen every time I go on vacation.
Well, I hope that. Well, Vance maybe can take a page out of your playbook. Maybe Vance can take a page out of your playbook and not leave the American people wondering is everything okay.
Next up, the former chair of Paramount Global, Sherry Redstone, is speaking out on her silver lining of President Trump's CBS News lawsuit. Stay with us.
Let's listen into Bloomberg here.
A lot of the market moves that we're seeing right now. So perhaps an excuse for investors to take some money off the table today. But at the same time, there are longer term questions over the viability of tech and the viability of the AI trade, especially because we did just get a recent MIT paper discussing or questioning how much value does AI really add to workflows of businesses. And that's putting a little bit of a damper on the rally that we've seen today as well.
Another big factor that we're following here closely, of course, has to do with President Trump's attacks when it comes to the central bank, calling today for Fed Governor Lisa Cook to resign. How are we seeing that materialize in the market reaction?
Well, Tyler, the immediate reaction, of course, is a weaker dollar as well as lower treasury yields. The weaker dollar perhaps explained by expectations that this move once again ramps up the possibility that we're going to get Fed rate cuts down and the horizon. And meanwhile, lower bond yields, again, attest to the fact that whenever there's any sort of questions over Fed credibility or concerns that the Fed is facing undue pressure from the government, the tendency for investors is to flock to safe havens, and treasuries is one of them. And we are definitely seeing that today. And of course, this sets the stage very much for the Jackson Hole Symposium toward this weekend, when there's already a lot of questions over what will come from Fed Chair Jerome Powell. This is going to be his last Jackson Hole. Is he going to push back against pressure for lower rates? And what we're seeing today in terms of Fed news flow, really just adding to those jitters and pushing that safe haven flow into treasuries at the moment.
Christine, I wanted to dial back into the tech angle just a moment here. Tell us about what we have to expect next week with NVIDIA earnings on Wednesday. We've seen their shares really slide over the past several days. What are we to look for, and what is the concern over the next quarter and through the end of the year when it comes to AI and AI boom?
Yeah, absolutely, Mike. I mean, look, like NVIDIA earnings, very much still lofty expectations there. As of last rating, analysts were expecting earnings growth of 44% and 53% surge in their revenue to about $45 billion. Now, these are very, very high expectations. And the trend that we've seen with NVIDIA so far in their last few earnings reports is that they have beaten those expectations, or at least met them. But then I think the concern is that we are increasingly getting into a market where just beating expectations to a reasonable degree is not enough. You have to beat expectations by so much to keep that momentum going. And that is the concern, essentially, is that, how much more momentum does NVIDIA really have in terms of beating those expectations and ultimately in its share price. And, what happens to NVIDIA is essentially what happens to the stock market, because it has such a huge grip on everything else that's happening that any small move in NVIDIA could create giant waves for the rest of the S&P 500.
All right. Fantastic analysis from Christine Aquino, our Bloomberg Markets Live managing editor. We thank you so much for being here and for that important update, as we are always watching the markets here on Bloomberg. And make sure to stick with us, because we have some great stories up ahead here, including a report that says Elon Musk, remember him, we used to talk about this all the time, he might be cooling on a new party idea, potentially winning back in J.D. Vance, according to a Wall Street Journal report. We'll dig into all of that with our political panel. That's up next. Be sure to stick it here on Bloomberg. This is Balance Power. I'm Tyler Kendall, alongside Mike Shepard. We'll be right back.
Same old phone? Nah. Upgrade to the new Galaxy Z Fold 7.
Running hurts. Tai Chi heals, especially after 50.
New York City mayoral candidate, communist Zoran Mamdani,
reportedly calling up the Big Apple's biggest business leaders, trying to convince them his socialist experiment won't destroy the city. He apparently had a friendly chit-chat with JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon, despite the executive calling him a Marxist just last month. True. But this charm offensive on Manhattan's financial elite has serious limitations. Good luck convincing them about the benefits of massive tax hikes, rent freezes, city-run grocery stores. Even New York's Democrat governor, Kathy Hochul, seems to get it, telling business leaders that she favors free enterprise over Mamdani's policies. He could win. What happens if you were in Diamond's shoes? Would you tell him to his face, if you get elected and do any of this, I'm leaving with all my employees and I'm gonna leave this building empty?
First of all, I love
You're gonna default.
I love the way you position all of it. I think it's great. I think I love it. I love it. I think the first question I have is he just playing the greatest political game? Does he really believe all this craziness? Yeah. Does he really believe it, or is he really appealing to an audience that he thinks are going to show up and vote and then say, you know what, the grocery store thing was conceptual. Yeah. Freezing rents were conceptual. He's doing a great job of at least polarizing people. And right now, I don't think there's anybody on this panel that thinks he's going to lose.
I hope that you're right. I hope he's just, positioning for a vote, but I'm scared that he's not. And I think a lot of other New Yorkers are. To go back to Jamie Dimon, one thing he is not is a socialist, a Marxist, or a communist. So some of these big business leaders might be taking the call and having conversations because they're afraid of what might happen if he comes here, and they realize they're going to have to pivot and make decisions. But I don't really think that you're going to pull the wool over any of these CEOs' eyes about what's happening here. What I'm particularly interested in, though, is the new entrant into the race, Joseph Hernandez. Cuban-born biotech entrepreneur, raised in a socialist communist society, understands business, understands the perils that come with controlled government in that way. He is a fresh face. The latest Siena poll shows Mamdani with 44%, Cuomo 25%, Sliwa 12%, and Adams at 7%. Okay, 12% are undecided right now. This race really doesn't start until after Labor Day. If those three on the right side of the screen drop out and Joseph Hernandez gets some wind behind his back, he's already raised $300,000. You could see something interesting here. What I don't like is the fact that the three candidates we're talking about, that are not Mamdani, they're kind of old to me. They're kind of stale. Sliwa's run, he's lost. Adams, people aren't in love with him, and he's had some scandal behind him. Cuomo's scandal also, and people actually really dislike him. So I think a fresh face to go up against this guy. Let's do a debate. It could be really interesting.
You know what? I think that's right. The race starts in earnest later, and I also agree with you that I don't know that Mamdani, when push comes to shove, is going to stick with everything. But here's the problem. His biggest backers, like the ones who really want him in office, I think are ideologically committed to the things he's pitching. Mm-hmm. And they're the guys who are going to run. This city bureaucracy is huge, and they're going to run all of those different spots in the bureaucracy. And just like in DC with the swamp, they're going to create rules and regulations and policies, and you're going to end up getting Mamdani, even if he backs off the grocery stores. Maybe he backs off that. Bet he won't back off the rent freeze. He won't do that, and they'll make that happen. So you'll end up getting even worse than what he would have done, because they're the real zealots here.
He knows his audience. He understands who he's talking to, and he has the ability to, get up there and try to charm people with these free handout offers of low rent, low grocery prices, all that stuff. And what I think he realizes is this notion that a vast majority of voters do not understand basic economics. They do not understand that our government, whether it's the federal government, the state government, the local government, which includes New York City, these governments have no money. All they do is they take money from high earners and then they redistribute it in manners that they think are going to be efficient.
Slice of it.
Correct. And when you do that enough, and you're robbing Peter to pay Paul, you eventually run out of Peters to rob, and then the Pauls have nothing. So I think that's a potential situation. Dagan, to your point about Jamie Dimon, there's certainly a situation that could play out whereby you have some of these larger corporations, and maybe not even the publicly traded corporations that we're talking about. I'm a YPO member, Young Presidents Organization. I'm talking to these business owners in the New York City chapters on a regular basis every single day. They are doing everything possible to find a way to support any candidate not named Mamdani.
You got to give them a choice.
Yeah.
And the choices aren't there today. And I think
I like the fresh face.
yeah, you got to give them a choice.
Yeah.
You asked I believe Mamdani is a true believer.
Mm-hmm. Your business is crushing it, but unless they've got the right help desk software.
Oh man, it just won't stop.
Your agents can get.
Mamdani is a true believer. And that he is he's overcome with his own arrogance and sense of self, but he thinks that he can make this work, that he can, these ideas, like he can do what Stalin couldn't and Castro couldn't. He's going to implement these ideas and they're going to work. Everything that we know about him says, I believe in Marxism and communism. And it's not about free stuff. It's not about giving. It's actually about taking. It's about taking power and taking control over people and deciding who gets what. And that's what I find so insidious.
I don't even think moderately liberal people think it's a good idea. I don't think everybody thinks it's a good idea to hand stuff out to people. And at the end of the day, is he either going to back off the rhetoric or he's going to win on it and then he's going to change? Because nobody in the city council and other folks aren't going to let it all happen.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think, it's interesting. I don't know that the electorate thinks he's as extreme as we do when we look at his policies. I talked to some of the young people who support him, and they're like, well, he just wants to do kind of the right thing. He's a soft kind. He's not going to do anything extreme. He's just a little bit of here and a little bit there. We look at it and say people aren't going to build apartments. They look at it and say they're going to knock down my rent a few bucks, and I like that. So if the public doesn't think he's extreme, then he actually achieves what he wants to achieve. I'm just the nice guy. I'm not Cuomo. I'm not Adams. I'm not Sliwa. I'm the nice guy. Vote for the nice guy.
If he wins, they won't need to freeze rents. The rents will come down because the demand will go down and the supply will go up.
We shall see.
Yeah. We'll also get to see how united the global intifada vote is.
Right.
And someone raised that issue with me, that who's more united? The Jewish population, people who are against essentially obliterating Israel, and Jews around the globe, or the global intifada movement. And it's a very frightening proposition.
Yeah, I'll just say this one thing. I think the Jews in this community and the moderate Democrats that you're talking about are much smarter than to fall for any of this. And I think that they do have a larger representation than the small slice that voted in the primary. I know he made a splash in that way, but I think it's going to gear up to be a pretty interesting race and an interesting fall.
Stephen Miller is talking at Union Station with some of the National Guard. So let's listen in.
These elderly white hippies, they're not part of the city and never have been. And by the way, most of the citizens who live in Washington, D.C. are black. This is not a city that has had any safety for its black citizens for generations. And President Trump is the one who is fixing that with the support of the Metropolitan Police Department, the support of the National Guard, and our federal law enforcement officers. So we're going to ignore these stupid white hippies that all need to go home and take a nap because they're all over 90 years old, and we're going to get back to the business of protecting the American people and the citizens of Washington, D.C. Thank you, Stephen. A few questions.
Mr. President, why are two stations here at Union Station and National Mall and Washington, D.C. were combined with statistical bias?
Well, if you've ever been to Union Station,
there's that many, there's too much background noise, so I'm going to cut it off here. Let's go to CNN about White House says plan for Putin-Zelensky meeting underway.
A path to nowhere. Those words coming from Russia's top diplomats slamming the efforts by Europe's leaders, saying the Kremlin has not heard, quote, any constructive ideas out of them on how to end the war in Ukraine, He said that any talks that do not involve Russia over security guarantees for Ukraine are a dead end. But Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky this morning is praising those efforts. He said in a statement that, quote, together with the United States, Europe, and all those who seek peace, we are working every day to guarantee security. We need strong security guarantees to ensure a truly reliable and lasting peace. Zelensky also said that Russia launched a new round of strikes overnight involving more than 60 drones and a ballistic missile. Fire erupted at a fuel facility in the major port city of Odessa. And despite all this continued aggression, the White House has said that plans are underway for a face-to-face meeting between Zelensky and Vladimir Putin. That's what the White House says. But the Kremlin really hasn't signed on to that, at least not publicly. Let's get to CNN's Betsy Klein at the White House this morning for the very latest. What are you hearing, Betsy?
Well, John, I think all of that language coming from the Kremlin makes clear that the progress and momentum and clear urgency that we have been seeing in the last few days has stalled. But the White House insists that there is progress being made toward a bilateral meeting between Presidents Zelensky and Putin. They say is going to be in the coming weeks, and the U.S. National Security Team is actually involved in those preparations. And to that end, 3 White House officials tell CNN that there are a number of sites being considered for that venue, including Budapest, including Budapest as well as Switzerland. Those same sources cautioned that this is all very much in flux and nothing has been decided at this time. But White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said that Putin has indeed agreed and promised to do this meeting in the coming weeks. President Trump laying out why he wants those 2 leaders to meet on their own. Take a look.
Get on a nice boat with your friends.
I had a very successful meeting with President Putin. I had a very successful meeting with President Zelensky, and now I thought it would be better if they met without me, just to see. I want to see what goes on. They had a hard relationship, very bad relationship, and now we'll see how they do. And if necessary, and it probably would be, but if necessary, I'll go and I'll probably be able to get it closed.
The Kremlin making clear that this meeting is not imminent. Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov saying that any potential meeting between these 2 leaders must be prepared, quote, with the utmost care. And the more time this takes, John, the better it is for Russia. It gives them the opportunity to shore up control of some of those occupied areas and continue to advance on the battlefield. And we are seeing that as Russia continues with intensive airstrikes on Ukraine. President Zelensky responding overnight, he said, quote, all of these are demonstrative strikes that only confirm the need to put pressure on Moscow, the need to impose new sanctions and tariffs until diplomacy is fully effective. He went on to say we need strong security guarantees to ensure a truly reliable and lasting peace. The question, of course, now is how long President Trump is willing to wait and what, if any, pressure he can put on Putin, John.
All right, Betsy Klein at the White House for us this morning. Betsy, thanks so much. With us now is Kira Rudik, a member of Ukraine's parliament. Thank you so much for being with us. Sergei Lavrov, Russia's foreign minister, is saying that he has not heard any constructive ideas coming from European leaders. These are the European leaders who were at the White House meeting with President Trump on Monday. How serious do you think Russia is now toward finding peace?
Hello, John. Thank you so much for having me. We never believed that Russia was serious about peace, and we always were saying that they are standing in a way of peace, because I want to remind everyone that Russia is indeed an aggressor, and they don't need all the negotiations and talks. They can just stop attacking us, and it will already be a ceasefire. They can stop their aggression. It will already be an end of the war. This is not happening, and we can see that the main goal of Russia right now is to drag on and win some time, to escape sanctions, and to continue pushing us at the battlefield. And I'm sorry to say it, but even after all those good meetings, Russia is achieving all of its goals. And it seems that the European leaders, United States and Ukraine, are not achieving theirs and ours. And we have said that Putin will try to fool President Trump. Unfortunately, we see that this is what is happening. We didn't hear confirmation from Kremlin for a meeting with President Zelensky, so we already see that they will be trying to drag it on. There is an unclear situation with the country that perhaps can host this meeting because Putin is an international criminal and there is a warrant on his arrest by the International Criminal Court. So are we going to see again the international justice system caving to organize the meeting by Putin or President Zelensky, or what is going to happen? This is yet another slap at the international justice, and it's yet another show that the only strength that is working with Russia, only the world of power and not anything else.
You said that Vladimir Putin is trying to fool Donald Trump and it's working. How? How do you think it has been working since Monday?
The goal of Russia is simple. President Trump did indeed promise a very strong set of sanctions if Russia wouldn't end the war. First it was in 50 days, then it was in 12 days, then it was after meeting with Putin, then it was maybe later. So every day that they are winning of not having the sanctions imposed on them, they are making billions and they want to continue doing that. So Putin said that he is ready to meet with Zelensky. Now we see that they will be dragging on this meeting, and they switched President Trump's strong position on immediate ceasefire that is really so necessary here on the ground, because truly don't know if we are going to survive till the end of the war, even if it is somewhere in the close sight. And so every single day when the ceasefire is not happening, sanctions are not happening, Putin is winning.
Right now, the United States and European leaders are discussing, along with Ukraine, this idea of security guarantees. What would you need from Europe, from the United States, to feel secure after some kind of deal would be reached with Russia?
First and foremost, we need to be able to rely on ourselves. So alongside with any agreement that will be signed on paper, Ukraine needs to be strong and armed to be able to defend itself. It is critical, and it contains of ability to buy certain kinds of wide-range weapons, but also financing of purchasing of those weapons. Second point is something that we have been asking since the day one, is ability to protect our skies. We know that the United States is providing this protection to other countries. It may not be signed in a deal, but it is happening anyways. Third point, there was an offer of international troops on the ground. This was not necessarily what was requested by Ukraine at the very beginning. However, it is also possible because we need to monitor that Russia will be keeping their part of the bargain. But in any kind of a peace deal, Ukraine wants to rely on itself, because after all time that international law was broken, we need to make sure that the investments are not in some agreements with someone, but the investments in Ukraine as it is. So even if Russia dares to come back and attack us, we will be ready to fight back.
Kara Rudik, member of the Ukrainian Parliament, we do appreciate your time this morning. Thank you very much.
How do we pay?
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the lozenges and the drops. The drops are smaller than the lozenges. You get 100 in each bag. You can get it in cherry flavor, blueberry, and also honey and lemon. I also have elderberry zinc. Elderberry zinc lozenges are in a 21 count. So get a few bags for your household or for work. The moment you have that irritation, take the lozenges or the drops right away, and that will help to mitigate the problem. I suspect that in the fall and the winter, many people are going to have something called razor's throat. So it's really important to be prepared. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the lozenges or the drops. Also, a great stack to help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system is taking turmeric, ashwagandha root, and lignans. Lignans is going to help with your endocrine system and your immune system. It'll also soak up free radicals and bring down inflammation. Ashwagandha root helps you to control cortisol levels and blood glucose levels. Turmeric is an antioxidant. It's going to soak up free radicals and brings down inflammation. You stack these together, it's a very powerful stack to help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. Use discount 5 on any order and you get $5 off. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. This. Let's see if there's any other breaking news that's taking place. Let's listen into live now about this Texan vote.
District and every district usually would have a member of Congress, with the very important exception right now in CD18 in Houston, which has been without a member of Congress since our former colleague Sylvester Turner passed away, and Governor Abbott has refused to call a special election to fill that seat. So actually, those voters don't have a voice. The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Turner has sent up an amendment. Mr. Hunter moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Hunter voting aye. Mr. Wu voting no. Mr. Vasu voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Ms. Bowers voting no. Have all members voted?
God, that's annoying.
87 ayes, 15 nays. The motion.
All right, let's go back to Bloomberg here.
Getting allegations of mortgage fraud after one of the staunchest allies of this White House calls for an investigation. We'll break it all down, including whether or not anything's going to come from this, with Bloomberg's Michael McKee. And then later this hour, former U.S. Ambassador to NATO, Kay Bailey Hutchinson, she's going to join us for the latest on Ukraine as 32 defense chiefs meet on the state of the war, which Michael Shepard at this point does seem to be like a positive step when it comes to progress.
Well, and we're going to want to see what emerges from these conversations, what sort of security guarantees. And we're seeing this proposal from Giorgia Meloni of Italy take shape that sure sounds a lot like Article 5, but without the critical component of NATO membership. And I think one of the questions we'll have for the former ambassador is whether that will be palatable to both Volodymyr Zelensky and Vladimir Putin at the same time. But Tyler, we're also watching a lot else happening because in addition to the Fed, we are also seeing big slide in markets for the fourth consecutive day. We're going to go to Bloomberg's Charlie Pellet, the voice of Bloomberg Radio and the New York subway, for the latest on the numbers.
And good day from New York. Here's what's going on. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they are all retreating. Specifically, we're looking at a rout in tech mega caps. Right to the numbers, with the S&P moving lower by 32 points now, down 0.5%. The NASDAQ 100 index down 1%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 1.1%. And our Mag 7 index tumbling now by 1.6%. We've got the 10-year at 4.28%, the 2-year currently yielding 3.71%. Spot gold up $29 the ounce, $33.45. That is a gain of 0.9%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.5%, $63.30 a barrel. And Bitcoin just under $114,000 now. Bitcoin looking at a gain today of 0.3%. Target shares down 7.2%. Target lower after earnings and naming Michael Fidelki as its next CEO. He'll start in February and also join Target's board. Fidelki, by the way, started as an intern at Target in 2003. Again, Target shares down now by 7.4%. And the off-price retailer TJX raising its full-year earnings per share outlook after better-than-expected results. TJX is the parent of TJ Maxx and Marshalls. TJX shares, they're gaining today by 3.5%. Recapping, we got a tech mega cap sell-off underway. Stocks declining for a fourth straight session. S&P right now down by 0.4%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington as Balance of Power continues. Your hosts, Tyler Kendall and Michael Shep.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thanks so much. As always, this is Balance Power from Bloomberg TV and radio, and we're going to start here with one of our top stories of today. President Trump posting on Truth Social earlier calling on Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook to resign comes after the director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, Bill Pulte, urged the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, to investigate Cook over allegations of mortgage fraud. Now, it's important to note that no charges have been filed, and it's unclear whether or not there will actually be an investigation. But Pulte's name might sound familiar because he has emerged as one of the staunchest critics of somebody else that works at the central bank, and that is the Fed chair, Jerome Powell. Joining us now to discuss all of the latest is Bloomberg's Jordan Fabian. He helps lead our White House coverage here. So, Jordan, can you just bring us up to speed? What do we know about these allegations that President Trump has now elevated? What are the actual details here?
Apparently, Lisa Cook is alleged to have put in mortgage applications for residences in Michigan and Georgia, stating that both would be her primary residence, and she had to attest that one or the other would be. And so the accusation is that she got maybe favorable terms on mortgage based on the terms in the mortgage, that this would be a primary residence. And there was some documentation that the Georgia residence was being leased out. And so Bill Pulte is alleging that she had false pretenses in trying to obtain those mortgages. Lisa Cook hasn't responded. We don't really know the extent of, or what other kind of culpability or sort of other information there might be with regard to those purchases.
And of course, it's important to note that we have not yet heard from the Fed or from Lisa Cook herself to give their version of the story. But Jordan, I wanted to ask you about how this tactic is also being deployed against other government officials that the president and his allies have had disputes with in the past.
Yeah, of course. This is an administration that is using the levers of federal power as retribution against its political enemies like no other administration since Richard Nixon's. And so you see California Senator Adam Schiff, someone who led impeachment efforts against Donald Trump in the first term, and also New York Attorney General Letitia James, who, of course, prosecuted Donald Trump for business irregularities, get similar inquiries into their mortgages and these allegations. So it's unusual for the Federal Housing Finance Agency director to kind of play a role in digging up dirt on the president's political opponents.
Well, let's broaden this out to the administration's criticism and pressure when it comes to the Federal Reserve, because this really is just the latest move that we've seen from President Trump when it comes to pressuring an FOMC member. So how does this play into the bigger picture here, particularly as we're all waiting for Friday when the Fed chair is going to take the stage at Jackson Hole?
Yeah, I think critics of this move would say that the administration isn't really concerned with Lisa Cook's mortgage history, that they're more concerned with getting leverage against her to try and force her out of her position. If she did follow through and resign, that would give the president another opening to appoint a Fed governor that is friendlier to his call to lower interest rates. Of course, he's hammered Jerome Powell on this topic all year, and the balance of the board would be a majority Republican if she were to resign and he were to get someone else on the board. Important to note that her term runs through 2038, so this is someone who can sit on the board for a long time should she step down.
Jordan, would this increase the odds that Jay Powell stays on the board as a member? Remember, his term as a Federal Reserve governor goes well past his end date as Fed chair. Would this increase the odds that he stays?
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting hypothetical. I think the expectation has been that once his term as chair is done, he would leave the board. But if Trump is trying to stack the board with loyalists, Jerome Powell is someone who has been very vocal about supporting the Federal Reserve's independence, and it makes you wonder if he would want to try and stick around and try and maintain.
But the thing is that if he's the federal chair, the Federal Reserve chairperson, and he's failed throughout his tenure, why should he be on the board? Obviously, he wasn't a good chair. So he should step down. He should leave.
Center stage in recent days leading up to this, and for expert analysis, we're going to bring in now Kay Bailey Hutchinson, former U.S. ambassador to NATO and former U.S. senator from Texas. Ambassador, thanks so much for being here. And we'd love to get your expertise, particularly when it comes to the issue of security guarantees, because that seems to be dominating the conversation here. And we had some new Bloomberg News reporting that European leaders are discussing a security guarantee for Ukraine that would commit Ukraine's allies to decide within 24 hours whether to provide military support to the country if it's again attacked by Russia. Walk us through here what is actually realistic that we could see come out of our allies as they talk about the future of Ukraine.
Well, thank you for that question, because it is the key. There are going to be disagreements about what the negotiations on land and land swaps are, but there has to be a security guarantee for Ukraine. You know, Ukraine had a security guarantee from Russia and the United States and many others if they gave up their nuclear weapons. And now here we are. Russia promised to protect Ukraine, and yet they are the attacker. So I think the security guarantee is key. And I think a security guarantee that is European boots on the ground working in concert with America, giving other kinds of support, air support, intel support, could be a very important time where clearly there would be a ceasefire, and it would start setting a parameter that would be defended, and Russia would know that they really can't go farther. Because if you would let me have a minute, there was an almost alarming report that Lavrov from Russia did a radio interview saying that they were going to continue this fight. They were not going to have a long-term peace, that Ukraine is Russia's, and was very clear, even saying that they were going to do more to absorb Belarus, and even doing attacks within the Baltics, which are NATO allies. So I think this is a very serious part of the negotiation, and it is essential.
Ambassador, the plan that Tyler was referencing earlier, of course, being discussed by European leaders, sounds an awful lot like Article 5. It just seems to stop short of full NATO membership for Ukraine. How do security guarantees that Ukraine would find acceptable also be palatable to Russian President Vladimir Putin, who has looked on NATO as what he calls a trigger for this war?
I think it's time for us not to do everything that Putin is demanding. And I think it is time to say, there is a red line here and you can't cross it. And there are a couple of points that are very important for Ukraine, but the main one is this security, that there wouldn't be another incursion. And I think it's time that Russia know that the line is drawn and there are consequences that need to be perpetrated. And Putin needs to know that those are serious, that they're not just things that we're going to say and walk away. And the Europeans have to be a part of this. It is important, and I give President Trump credit for bringing the Europeans in because they have to provide the bulk of this kind of security, and it's in their interest to do so. And they do have leverage with the funds that are Russian funds that have been impounded because of Russia's activities. And we need to have some payment of consequence to Russia if they keep the current bombing that they are doing on Ukraine, showing that they care nothing about any kind of peace or agreement of any kind.
Well, Ambassador, how much of a role, to follow up, should the U.S. play in these security guarantees? Should it actually involve some troop commitment from the United States? The president has made clear that he is not interested in that, but would such a commitment make the guarantees a little more credible?
I think a lot of people are saying troops on the ground. I don't think troops on the ground are necessary, but I do think American support is necessary. And that is what we can provide that Europe cannot. And that would certainly be air cover. This is much like, not exactly, but much like what we did in Afghanistan. We did have troops on the ground there for advisory purposes only, but we were giving the air cover to the rest of the allies that were on the ground in the provinces in Afghanistan. And when we left Afghanistan, all of the allies had to do that as well because we had the intel and the air cover that had been provided for everyone. I think it would be somewhat like that could work with Ukraine, that we would provide the air cover, which would be so important. And right now, you see what's happening with Ukraine being just a sitting duck and not able to take out all of the missiles that are being fired by Russia. And I think if we had air cover and intel protection, and Putin would know that, then we would really begin to see a ceasefire.
Well, to build on this, I'd love to get your thoughts on what really has been this White House's push to get our allies to boost their defense spending commitments. For example, we've even seen it as part of some of the trade deals that have come out of this administration.
Well, I think that it has been very, very solid that Europe has been asked to do more, and they are now agreeing to do more in their own defense. The 3.5% is in their own defense, and the 1.5% beyond that is also part of an interoperable defense that would protect Europe and their lanes of operation. So I think it was a significant Trump success that he got them to do the 5% and work together, but in the NATO context that would be interoperable. That has strengthened NATO, and it's a very good situation. Now I think we're not talking about NATO itself being a security guarantor, but we're talking about the coalition of the willing of Europeans that have very strong military presence and have agreed to do a military ceasefire line, basically, a security line, and with the help of the United States. They will not do it if we aren't with them on it. And I hope very much that we can do that. Not troops on the ground. We don't need to do that, but we do have certain assets that will be helpful to the Europeans and and making sure that Russia keeps his commitment, which so far he certainly hasn't done. And the continuing bombing and killing of people and infrastructure in Ukraine while we are discussing and negotiating a ceasefire is just unacceptable, and Putin needs to pay a price to know that he can't get by with that.
I want to ask you one other question when it comes to this conflict, because we did have some pretty incredible reporting yesterday from Bloomberg News that President Trump held a phone call with Viktor Orban to ask the Hungarian Prime Minister about why he is against Ukraine joining the European Union. Do you see a viable path here when it comes to EU membership? Is that something that's really on the table and could help solve as we see these negotiations continue?
Yes, certainly EU membership would give the chance for a recovering economy, and whether the EU has the capability to act without unanimity would be an important question to ask. In NATO, you can't do anything without unanimity, but with EU, you have to, I think it would be great if they would allow Ukraine into the EU for trade and commerce, but I don't know if you can do it without unanimity. That's a rule that I just don't know of the EU.
All right, Kay Bailey Hutchinson, former U.S. ambassador to NATO and former U.S.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this stack that will help with your musculature and your brain function. Myotrol, super important to express the genes to build muscle and to maintain muscle. Take this if you're age 40 or older, do resistance training. This will help to get the genes to express, to build that muscle, to maintain it, so you reduce atrophy. It also helps the health of the mitochondria so you can maintain that muscle. Myotrol is a very powerful supplement, stacks really well with Gladiator barley to build muscle. So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Myotrol. It has polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans to help you to build muscle. Super important to stop the atrophy. As you get older, it's harder to gain muscle and you start to lose muscle, and you want to reverse that. So that's part of an anti-aging protocol. Now, Goodnight Formula has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower, so you can be in 3 to 5 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep. That's important so you can detoxify your central nervous system, consolidate memory, and to be well rested. If you're chronically sleep deprived, you're increasing your chances of early onset of dementia. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Goodnight Formula. Take it every night. So with proper sleep and you're building up your musculature, you're actually slowing down the aging process. So this is a powerful stack. Make sure you drink filtered water. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. You spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Another great stack is resveratrol and digestive enzyme complex. Resveratrol will help with youthful gene expression, get rid of senescent cells. It'll help the health of the mitochondria so you have more energy, and it's an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals. It's very important to take resveratrol. It stacks really well with NAD+, ubiquinol, clarity factor, C60. By soaking up free radicals different ways, you're slowing down the aging process and reducing stress. Now, it's important to reduce stress on your pancreas, and you can do that by taking the digestive enzyme complex. This will break up carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. Take it every day to reduce the stress on your pancreas. As you get to age 40 and beyond, your pancreas doesn't work as well. I don't care how healthy you are. My pancreas doesn't work as well as it was when it was in his 20s. So it's important to supplement and help with your pancreatic health. So to digest your foods with less stress on your digestive system, especially your pancreas, it's important to take the digestive enzyme complex. This also has bromelain in it, so it's fibrinolytic, so it's going to help to break up clots, and it has proteolytic enzymes that breaks up glycoproteins. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the resveratrol and the digestive enzyme complex as part of your health protocol. Now, you can take the Goodnight formula, Myotrol, digestive enzyme complex, and resveratrol together. And that way you're helping with your sleep pattern and consolidating memory. You're helping with building muscle and maintaining muscle. You're helping with your pancreatic health with the digestive enzyme complex. And resveratrol is helping with the youthful gene expression. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
Wall Street, we do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the Dow Jones Industrial Average swinging between gains and losses. Was higher briefly, but we are looking at a tech-led sell-off. In fact, a week-long sell-off in tech stocks. It is worsening. S&P 500 has lost about $1 trillion over 4 days. On track for another losing day today. Right to the numbers here. For the S&P down 25 at 63.85. That is a drop now of 0.4%. The Dow, as I mentioned, swinging between gains and losses right now. Little change, down just 2 points. The Nasdaq Composite Index down 196, drop there of 0.9%. The Nasdaq 100 Index also down 0.9%. But the Bloomberg Mag 7 Index lower now by 1.3%. Apple among the Mag 7 down by 1.7%. We've got the 10-year at 4.27%. The 2-year right now, 3.71%. Gold up $30 the ounce, 33.45, up 0.9%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.4%. WTI 63.25 a barrel. Bitcoin up 0.4%, 113,970 now on Bitcoin. Citigroup has hired law firm Paul Weiss to investigate complaints about the behavior of the bank's wealth management chief, Andy C., who was brought on by CEO Jane Fraser as part of a high-profile drive to drive a key part of her turnaround plan. C has been on a quest to shake up Citigroup's wealth business. Citigroup shares down now by 1.1%. Charles Plosser, the former president of the Philadelphia Reserve Bank, has died at age 76. Plosser became one of the Fed's most vocal policy hawks, warning that keeping rates near zero for too long would spur unwelcome inflation. Recapping, stocks lower, S&P down by 0.4%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcast. Back, we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Tyler Kendall and Michael Shepard.
All right, Charlie Pellet reporting from World Headquarters for us in New York. Thank you so much. As Charlie mentioned, I'm Tyler Kendall here alongside Bloomberg. Battle one playing out in Texas, where Republicans are trying to gain seats to their advantage. But it's taken a turn in recent days, with Democrats protesting a push by the Republican-held state legislature to keep those legislators there so that they don't leave the state as they try to make some changes to these congressional maps. And yesterday, we heard from some of the Democrats there who are protesting those Republicans' plans.
We knew what was ahead of us. What we didn't know is that we were going to be arrested en masse when he directed the sergeant at arms to lock the chambers and not let us exit. And then we were basically put up against the wall and said, not literally, but figuratively put up against the wall and said, no one's allowed to leave unless they basically sign a piece of paper consenting to moving custody, is what I call it. We are not criminals. We are statesmen and women. We are elected just like those people are.
That was Penny Morales-Shaw, Texas State Representative, yesterday outside of the Texas State Capitol. And for more, we're going to bring in our political panel for their analysis here. Today, we're joined by Sarah Chamberlain, Republican Main Street Partnership President, and Matt Bennett, Executive Vice President at Third Way and a Democratic strategist. Matt, let me start with you. Just how politically charged of an issue is redistricting going to be as we head into 2026? And we're already seeing this result in protests, members in Texas sleeping in the state chamber. What's happening here?
it's going to be an enormously politically charged issue. It already is. And let's be clear about why this is happening. There's only one reason, and that is because the Trump White House was worried about losing control of the House. And so they are trying to change the rules in the middle of the game. They are trying to do a mid-decade redistricting, which is not supposed to happen. It's not illegal, but it is very, very uncommon. And they started in Texas, where they knew they could gerrymander the districts so that they could get advantage in 5 more House races by packing them with Republicans. Democrats there have no way of slowing that down without denying them a quorum, so they left the state, but they eventually had to come back. California is responding to that with, moves of its own to try to change their maps only temporarily to respond to this action on the part of the Trump administration. And it's not confined, by the way, to Texas. They're trying to do it in Indiana and other places as well, Florida. So, look, this is very, very nasty hardball politics being played by the Trump administration. You're seeing a response from Democrats in California and New York and elsewhere. No one knows how these legal battles will play out. In California, the voters will have to decide in November whether they're up for this or not. But either way, it's an extraordinarily nasty way to start the 2026 midterm cycle.
Sarah, is there a risk that this high-profile fight in Texas turns into a Pyrrhic victory of sorts for Republicans? In other words, they win the redistricting fight in the legislature, but end up alienating voters in Texas in the process.
There's certainly a risk of that, but to be honest, before this all got started, there's a lot of polling that was done. Will people support this? And in Texas, it came back that, yes, they would support moving forward with the governor doing this in these quote-unquote gerrymandered districts. So they knew what they were doing in Texas. Obviously, the California and there's as many Democratic states that are looking to gerrymander as there are Republicans. We are in hardball politics. I don't think anybody's really surprised to see this. This is the new political game. And it's not just the Republicans, it's also the Democrats that are playing this game. Politics has changed. This is a new time, and I think you're going to see this for the next few years, this hardball.
Well, Matt, I want to stick here on California because we were talking about this in the first hour of Balance of Power, that Politico had some exclusive polling out today that shows that the Democratic governor is the top 2028 presidential contender among Democratic-leaning voters in his home state. That's according to the latest Politico Citron Center Possibility Lab survey that came out today. He even leads former Vice President Kamala Harris, who we know is mulling perhaps a bit, his longtime ally and sometimes rival, 25 to 19%. Matt, as we are watching the next election already shape up, all this speculation, is this somebody that you think could lead the Democratic Party come 2028?
I don't know. And I think if you talk to anybody in either party who tells you with confidence who would be their strongest standard bearer going into 2028, view that with great skepticism, because what we've seen over and over in presidential politics is that even people who are really, really good as governors, really effective political leaders running for statewide office, often are very, very bad as presidential candidates. And conversely, the people you didn't really expect to emerge, and I think Trump certainly was one. Nobody expected him to do what he did in 2016. Bill Clinton is another, came out of that kind of nowhere to dominate their parties. And so it's way too early to know whether Newsom or another governor or someone else is going to be the strongest candidate in our race. And it's too early to know who's going to lead the Republicans after Trump. This is good for Gavin Newsom, the work that he's doing right now in this moment, but we are a really long way away from choosing a nominee, and this will be basically ancient history by the time we get there.
Sarah, the Republican Party and Donald Trump in particular are trying to keep public safety and crime issues at the forefront. We've seen that over the past week and a half with the president ordering National Guard troops to the District of Columbia and other Republican governors following suit. sending elements of their own National Guard forces to help support that effort. How effective will that be for Republicans in terms of keeping the crime and public safety issue in front of voters as we head into 2026?
So obviously crime is a massive issue, and I am sitting in DC right now, and I will tell you, as a woman, as a person who knows people who've been attacked, who've been carjacked, who've been attacked in elevators, I welcome, I know it's a little controversial, but I welcome what President Trump is doing here in the district. We should be able to live in DC and feel safe. And many people don't in all parts of DC. I know there's a lot of talking, they're only in the Georgetown and DuPont circle and parts, but they are all over DC, and everybody I know who lives here feels better, is very happy to have them here, and feels much more secure. This is an important issue going into the next election. Americans want to feel safe wherever they live. And I think that this is going to play very well for the Republicans moving forward.
Matt, but how will Democrats respond? Because here in the district, we have seen the mayor point to statistics from the U.S. Justice Department showing that crime had fallen, was down as much as 30% from a year earlier. So how do they counteract these moves? What is the argument there?
I think you're going to see two arguments, and one is a good one and one is not. So I think the one that's not a great argument is the one denying what Sarah just said, denying that she feels unsafe. I mean, if she feels unsafe, she feels unsafe, and that's true for a lot of folks. Not everybody. There's a lot of people who feel more unsafe with all sorts of militarized people driving around in D.C. than they did before. But I think Democrats would make a mistake if they said that there is no crime problem, because crime politically is an issue when voters feel that it is real. The data is really not that relevant. On the other hand, there are very good arguments to make about how Trump and the Republicans have mishandled the crime issue very badly. So, for example, they have literally defunded the police of the District of Columbia by essentially stealing $1.1 billion of the district's budget. They just took it away for no reason. That pays for cops, and as the mayor's made clear, we need 500 more members of the Metropolitan Police here. The other things that Trump has done, he pardoned hundreds of people who viciously attacked and beat law enforcement officers, tried to burst into the Capitol and either murder or harm members of Congress and overturn an election. He pardoned those people, and now he is coddling a woman very credibly accused of horrible sex crimes. So he's the guy, I think, that has the real crime issue, and if Democrats can focus on attacking there instead of denying what people feel, we'll be in better shape.
All right, our political panel today, Sarah Chamberlain and Matt Bennett, we thank you so much for joining us on both hours of Ballot.
Liberals drive down their cities, and it's the obligation of the Republicans, free-loving Americans, the ones that actually have affinity to the three pillars of society, God, country, and family, that need to take back their cities. Because if you let liberals run these large communities, you're going to have problems. You're going to have problems with crime. You're going to have problems with high taxation. You're going to have problems with viability of services. You're going to have problems with municipal bond issuances. Democrats, liberals, ultra-liberals have a tendency to bring down the society, not have the society rise. So it's really important to take back our cities. New York is one of them. It's another city that needs a lot of tender loving care because of liberal policies. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. Boomer Boost has 68 nutrients. It has a very comprehensive profile, compound profile. It's a powder. You mix it with soft foods, filtered water, or milk, a smoothie, however you want to take it. I take it with soft foods like yogurt or hummus, but take it every day. And this will target multiple systems. It's going to help you with musculature. It's going to help you with brain function. It'll help with your heart and your vasculature. It'll boost up your energy levels and your metabolism. It's a great way to lose weight if you want to lose weight. To lose weight, take this once a day in soft foods, and that's your meal for breakfast or for lunch, not both. And then some calorie restriction throughout the other 2 meals. Now, this will allow you to lose weight safely. You want to lose about 2 pounds a week safely. And you'll have lots of energy. If you start off with this, you probably will lose a little bit more than 2 pounds that first couple weeks, but you want, on average, to lose about 2 pounds a week. And it's about a lifestyle change if you're looking to lose weight, because it takes 5 years for the adipose tissue to actually die off. It takes not that much time to burn off the triglycerides that are stored in the fat cell, in the adipose cell. But it takes approximately 5 years for that adipose cell to die off, to go into apoptosis. So that's the reason why people that lose weight gain weight really quick. So you want to lose weight safely, and it's about changing your lifestyle. Proper diet, proper exercise, proper supplementation. Now, ones that don't want to lose weight, and they're already at the BMI that they want to be at, taking Boomer Boost is fine too. You just don't do the calorie restriction. But this will rev up your metabolism. You'll have lots of more energy, and you're going to have more vitality. In terms of brain function, you're going to be able to think clearly. You're going to think faster. You're going to improve your memory. And with taking Boomer Boost, you're going to improve the health of the neurons. You're going to be reducing that inflammation. You're going to create a microenvironment to allow for positive neuroplasticity. That's very important. So you're slowing down the aging process, especially at the cerebral level. Now, for your cardiovascular health, by bringing down inflammation and helping you to control your A1C levels and helping you to control your lipid profile, you're improving your cardiovascular health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. And again, it helps with musculature. Do resistance training that has the ingredients to build the muscle. Now, another great supplement that you can take separately, or you can stack it with the Boomer Boost, and I recommend to stack it, is to take the Gladiator Barley. Now, Gladiator Barley will allow you to build muscle because it's a high-density protein. It's a powder. It's a month's supply. Take 1 scoop a day. You do the resistance training, and so you're going to be getting more muscle. Now, you're not going to look like a bodybuilder. That's not the point. But you want to maintain a good physique and musculature. Now, this will bring down inflammation, and that's important for your vascular system. By bringing down inflammation at the vascular level, you're reducing plaque formation. By bringing down inflammation systemically, you're helping your immune system and your endocrine system. When you bring down inflammation at the cerebral level, you're helping your neuron health. Now, this will also soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase. And when you do that, you're slowing down the aging process and reducing stress. And this will also help to detoxify your body. So if you're taking this daily, you're detoxifying your body daily. So it stacks really well with Boomer Boost. And it helps with controlling your A1C levels. So do the resistance training, stack it with the Myotrol, especially if you're 40 years of age or older. And that's a great stack to be able to get healthy. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and take my advice with all these different stacks that I've mentioned during the show to get healthy. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. And if you follow the protocol, if you follow my advice, if you approach this with proper supplementation, proper diet, proper exercise, making sure you detoxify your body, proper mindfulness or spirituality, getting enough sleep, those are all modalities that are going to help to slow down the aging process. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos, and get healthy in 2025. It is in your power. And by getting healthy in 2025, you're reducing the chances of having problems in your geriatric years. In addition, you're going to just have more vitality now. There are many people that don't take this advice, and later in life, they are going to be on pharmacopoeia. And when they're on pharmacopoeia, guess what? It's going to be costly for you, and there's side effects. So it's really important to try to slow down the aging process in a holistic, more natural way. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the very high quality supplements that I take to slow down the aging process and improve my longevity. Thank you for listening, and have a nice day.